Welcome everyone to another edition of Play It Through, and on this edition it's Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, brought to us by Nintendo. While a sequel to Super Mario World, this game is vastly different, featuring the Yoshi'S as the main characters, and protecting a baby Mario as he's trying to reach Bowser to save his brother Baby Luigi. Besides just getting through the 6 worlds of the game, you also have a point system and 100 points to gather in every one of the stages in order to get a perfect score in every level. And that's exactly what we'll be doing during the course of this run. So here we go with Yoshi's Island for the Super Nintendo. After the intro to the game, you then are at the main title screen. I always like this title screen with the nice rotating island and very colorful. You then get to choose which file you would like to play, as well as you could copy or erase a file. After a little bit more intro, you then get to the actual gameplay of the game, and you start off with Welcome to Yoshi's Island. Not really a full level, just kind of a training stage to get you used to all the controls of the game. While the controls are rather simple at first, there's actually a lot of depth here, and you can do some pretty cool moves once you get the hang of it. Yoshi's main ability, of course, is going to be eating enemies and then turning them into eggs. It's then using those eggs as launch items in order to gather items, take out enemies, and do lots of other things you'll need to do throughout the game. The other cool feature about Yoshi is that he can hover. Mastering this hover ability is essential to get through the game, and you'll be using it quite often throughout. We now make it to level 1-1. Make eggs, throw eggs. Rather simple concept. And this is where the 100-point system comes into effect. There's 5 secret flowers in every level for you to collect. Some, of course, are going to be really well hidden. These flowers each grant you 10 total points towards your score. Yoshi's health is counted by star points. You start off defaultly with 10, and anytime you go below 10, it'll go back up to 10 slowly and regenerate once you go below that number. However, you can go up to a total of 30. In order to get a perfect score, you'll have to end every level with a total of 30 stars. By doing so, you'll get yourself 1 point for each star you have. And then finally, there's a total of 20 red coins to collect in every level. Collecting every coin also gets you 1 point. So there you have it. 50 for the flowers, 30 for the stars, and 20 for the coins, thus giving you a total score of 100. As you can see, I'm throwing eggs all around, collecting all types of different coins and taking out enemies. I'm going to be doing the most efficient path I possibly can in order to collect every red coin, every flower, and to get 30 stars in every one of the levels. By no means am I an expert at this game, but I've been playing it quite often a lot, so I've gotten pretty good at it recently. If you're following this video and going to use this video as a good guide to help you find everything, just really pay attention to the video itself. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to say every couple of seconds when I collect another coin or another flower. And even from the very first level of the game, it can be rather tricky to find everything. The flowers in this level really aren't well hidden, but it's getting all those red coins that always seems to be the bane of my existence. Many times would a run be finished of a level and then I realized I missed one single red coin and have to either go back to the level or just redo the whole level from the start in order to find that one red coin I missed. Phew. Now with all that taken care of, we can actually talk a little bit more about the game itself. When you eat an enemy, you can then press down in order to actually turn them into an egg. For example, you can throw an egg off a wall and catch it, first being a yellow colored egg after it bounces one time. Throwing this at an enemy gets you 2 stars. Doing the same thing and turning the egg red and catching it and then throwing it at an enemy will get you 2 coins. There's also a few cases where there's a silver egg. Throwing this at an enemy will end up giving you a red coin. You can tell you got everything in the level by pressing the pause menu and bringing that up. You can see everything you were able to collect and you know if you got the whole 100 points before you actually finish the level. Of course, with the flowers it's extremely simple because at the end of each level when you jump through the ring, there's going to be 5 flowers on it, or if there's one missing, then you know you missed one of the flowers earlier on in the level. One thing I always absolutely loved in this game was its overall color scheme and atmosphere. Now this is still a late Super Nintendo game, so they pretty much knew what they were doing here, and it did have the special effects chip that games such as Star Fox had. However, even with that, the graphics are still amazing for its time. The overall detail done to the sprite work, as well as just the colorful backgrounds and foregrounds, make this game a joy to the eyes. Make sure you throw your egg up here so you can end up grabbing yourself all the red coins that you need above you. Thankfully though, there's one of these pipes that keeps respawning Shy Guys, so you can keep getting eggs if you need to in order to get all those red coins above. Then take that giant spring and make it to the next section of the level. Collecting normal coins, just like other Mario games, if you collect 100 of them, you will grant yourself an extra life. Outside here we get the first of the transformations in the game. There's several vehicle transformations Yoshi can turn into, and then you can actually fly or dig or swim your way through a level in order to collect some extra stuff and make it to the end. You'll have to make it to a giant Yoshi block at the end of the section in order for the section to count. If you end up losing the ability before you make it to that block, you end up having to go back to the start and redo the area. Be sure though that you collect all the items here though first before you end up hitting the Yoshi block below. Be sure to jump up here for 2 pretty well hidden red coins and then go down the pipe. Another thing I always loved is that Shy Guys are pretty much the main enemies of the game. Shy Guys have always been one of my favorite enemies in the Mario universe, and this is really where they got a chance to shine. Most of the enemies in the game and different variations of the enemies that we're going to be seeing are variations of Shy Guys. If you've never played the game before but played the original Super Mario World, unfortunately the Yoshis don't have special powers based on their colors. All the Yoshis do end up playing the same, so even if you have a blue Yoshi, you can't fly in the game. One thing that I always loved about Yoshi's Island as well is I think it actually has the best cave settings and cave levels of maybe any game ever. There's just something about just the level itself and the design that I actually don't mind cave stages, as for the most part they usually annoy me in a lot of games. Be sure to run down here and quickly grab yourself 2 coins as well as one of the flowers that you need. Once you climb back up, continue over to the right, ignoring the first rock, and drop down here, once again going to the lower left corner. This time we get 2 more coins as well as another one of those flowers. Thankfully here we collect a bunch of red coins as well as some stars from the cloud above. There's a ton of these different cloud items in the game, and for the most part they're just going to grant you something like stars, which can be very helpful, and also sometimes you'll have to break them down in order to build walkways or bridges so you can continue on in a particular stage. Here's an example of some of the most annoying red coins in the game. By far, in my opinion, the most annoying and hardest ones to sometimes find are the ones you can only get by stomping down pillars. Because you can get them from doing that, you're pretty much going to stomp down every single pillar you see from here on, trying and hoping that you end up getting a red coin from it. Though most of the pillars in the game, of course, won't contain a red coin. Thankfully, once we get outside the cave, watch out for the giant piranha plants, shooting them with an egg if you need to, and then just run over and finish the level. Here's the first time we're doing one of the mini games. If you end up landing on a flower once you go through the ring, you'll play one of the bonus challenge games. For example, the first one that we're playing is the scratch game. Here you have a bunch of cards that you can scratch with a coin. You choose which ones you want to scratch, and if you get the Mario faces, you end up getting extra lives. As you can see, this time I was able to get all 3 of the Mario faces and get 5 ups. If you end up getting one of the Kamek faces, you end up instantly losing, and that'll just end your turn. Next up is the halfway point of world number 1, and that is 1-4, the first fortress of the game, this one being the home of Bert the Bashful. Just like the other levels, you still have to collect everything, but you end up having to fight a boss at the end, which can sometimes make it tricky in order to keep a hold of all 30 of your stars when you make it to him. Watch out for the mini guys here, and be sure to grab the star bits if you can when you shoot them with your yellow eggs, and grab the flower before climbing back up. Of course, you want to avoid getting squashed here. Drop down. Once again, if you stomp on these guys, you end up getting yourself some stars. Collect a whole bunch of red coins and then go through the ring at the end, and you can see we're now already at our 30. But the thing about it is you have to stay at 30 and we can't get hit for the rest of the stage, or else we end up having to find more stars. This is an example of one of those times where you must hit the cloud so that it ends up making this bridge so that you can move across the lava. Just be very careful of the enemy that lurks below that will try to jump up and grab you. Here, use the teeter-totter so that you can end up grabbing yourself one of the flowers, and be sure to shoot up into the upper left corner. There's another flower located there, and that one can be a little bit tricky to get. Of course, we don't have a key right now, so ignore the door with the keyhole and continue over to the right, grabbing a whole bunch of red coins along the way. When you come to the flower pot, just drop it down and you'll end up getting a key after it breaks. Watch out for the giant enemy and float your way back over to the left, and now you can enter the door. Go inside this room and take out all the piranha plants. Once you do so, you'll hear a little song and you'll also get yourself another flower. Thankfully, there's another ring right by the ball store, so you can get yourself back up to 30 in case you've lost some. And now it's time for the first boss fight of the game. After Kamek makes Bert the Bashful get giant, we then see his pants also grow on him. Every time you hit him with an egg, the pants start to shrink a little bit. Hit him with an egg, and then you'll have to wait a few seconds for him to stop flashing so you can then hit him again with another egg. Just avoid being squashed by him as he's bouncing around the room every time you hit him, and be sure to grab some extra eggs from the plant below in case you run out of them. Once you deliver the final hit and his pants have completely disappeared, he becomes embarrassed and then literally deflates. It's now time for 1-5 Hop Hop Donut Lifts. This is the first of the scrolling levels, and you can see that the little donut platforms that we first saw in Super Mario World do return here. With a scrolling level, it's going to be really tricky at times in order to collect everything, so you have to be a little bit more precise with your movements. Here's one of those rotating platforms that you'll have to stand on in order to get the momentum going, so that it'll keep rotating over to the left side. You'll have to do this so you can grab yourself some red coins as well as a flower at the very end. Be sure to grab yourself the halfway point ring so you can get yourself 10 stars, and then ride this rotating platform once again to grab yourself coins as well as a flower. At the end of this level, be careful of the donut platforms that fall. You'll have to stand on one just long enough to shoot upwards so you can collect the flower, and then stand on these as they fall down to grab the red coins. Just be sure to jump over to the next one and over to the end before you end up falling all the way down to the pit below. Here we have item chance. Select one of the boxes you would like to hit with an egg. Every item that you're able to see you'll end up obtaining, and you can use these items by pressing the pause menu and then selecting what item you would like to use. As you can see, you have blue stars, which give you 10 extra stars, as well as you have red stars that give you 20. You also have the ability to get a full amount of eggs. There's a few others, including a POW block, which will destroy all enemies on screen, as well as grant you a secret in one of the levels later on. And then you also have the cloud ability, which will turn all enemies into those mystery clouds, which is probably my least favorite of the items. Be sure to climb up here and then use the spring in order to get yourself upwards to this door. Once inside, take out the Shy Guys if you want to, but our main goal here is to collect the eggs. The main one being the shiny flashing egg. That's the silver egg. That's the one where you hit an enemy with it, you'll be granted with a red coin, and you must have this in order to get all the red coins in the stage. When you make it inside the cave, use your egg in order to take out this balloon. Then spring upwards and collect these 3 red coins and drop down to collect the flower. Once you've done so, jump on the spring again to get enough height so you can actually make it to the platform above this time. And even with this area being really dark, it's thankfully not very long before we end up jumping on this platform and going back outside. Be sure to ride the platform all the way up so you can grab yourself 3 red coins. Watch out for the Shy Guys by taking them out, and be sure to shoot at this mystery block in case you need to grab some stars before you go through the halfway ring. Watch out for the enemies here and then stomp down this pillar. Just stomp it down enough so you can get over to the right to grab yourself a red coin as well as another flower. Stomp down the pillar and grab yourself the flower. Jump back up and hit this mystery cloud. Jump on it and be sure if you've used your silver egg, whenever you use it, be sure to grab the coin that ends up spawning. You'll see a red arrow pointing downwards. Be sure to hit down where that arrow is so you can make it down to a secret area. Here we get the second one of Yoshi's transformations and turn into the Mole-mobile. This is the most interesting one to control, and it's definitely fun to use while digging through all this stuff. Just be sure to stay at them long enough so you can collect yourself the red coins that you need before you end up hitting the Yoshi block at the end. Once back underground, watch out for the Shy Guy on the stilts. you can see that we're still missing one of the flowers and a few of the other things. Ride this platform upwards and ride it all the way to the very top. When you make it to this platform, do a nicely timed egg shot, collect all the red coins as well as grab yourself the flower with it. After doing so, come over here and use the seed in order to grow the beanstalk so you can get back out of here. There is 2 last red coins for us to collect, and once we have them, exit out using the spring, and once you're back outside, just jump through the ring to complete the stage. Here we have flip cards. Once again, collecting some random items that we can find, being sure not to get all the Kameks. Here we were able to get just all the items and not get that very last Kamek. If you're able to do so, you get yourself a 10-up bonus. If you're wondering what the magnifying glass is, if you use it in a level, all the red coins in that level you'll be able to easily identify as compared to the regular coins, but it only works for that stage and that stage only. It's now time for easily the best stage in the game. Well, at least probably the most classic level in the game. That being 1-7, Touch Fuzzy, Get Dizzy. We have some new enemies here. These rolling ball enemies can be sucked up, and you can actually use them to roll down hills and take out other enemies. Be sure to grab yourself the flower as well as grabbing yourself the silver egg. I like to use the silver eggs right away sometimes, especially if there's a nearby easy enemy I can just launch them at. That way I take care of them, I have the red coin, I don't have to worry about maybe the red coin flying away from me and going down a pit or something later on in the stage. Here I grab myself some eggs, go through the ring, and drop down to collect myself a flower. This is where the fun begins, as we have the fuzzies. If you end up getting one of these fuzzies and touch them, they end up exploding, making a weird sound, and then the entire screen starts to act weird. Yoshi starts hallucinating, and the platforms start getting all wavy and can be really hard to control and jump through. Best bet is to try to avoid hitting them at all costs, especially if you're trying to do some precise jumping, precise item collection here. On the next screen, be sure to do a stomp on these platforms so they break and you can get down to the water below, collecting a bunch of red coins. Do the same here so you can grab yourself another red coin. Here you'll have to jump up and get a little spring to fall down. Doing so will allow you to spring up to a secret area. Then you'll have to get this rock off of the wall. After doing so for a few seconds, you'll get another one of those mystery blocks to appear. Thankfully, if I run out of eggs, there is a few Shy Guys here to help me out. Break open the mystery cloud and then climb up the beanstalk it creates. Going up here will allow you to collect some more red coins. Once you have the red coins from the cloud above, go down the pipe and go back down. You can now finish the level as we have all the items we need to get 100%. It's now time for the second castle of World 1, Salvo the Slime's Castle. Be careful with all these rotating platforms during this section so you can collect all the red coins and avoid falling down into the lava below. Jump up the platforms here and then fall down to the left and land back on the platform so you can grab yourself the flower before going into the pipe. Watch out for the fish and then jump on the platform that's being controlled by the weird water creature. Be sure to ride him all the way to the top so you can end up grabbing another flower. Then ride the slime back upwards and go through this pipe in the upper left corner. This is how you get to that flower that we saw on the previous screen that you wouldn't been able to get to. Once you have them, use Yoshi's floating ability or ride the slime again to get up into the upper right corner. Doing so will find yourself a ring, a mystery block that gives you some stars, as well as 2 red coins. Once you have all that, now go into the lower right door. Here you have to hit this green block to rotate the spike platforms, as you can only stand on the spike platforms when the spikes of course are facing down. You'll have to do the same thing on the red block in order to rotate the platforms. Be sure to rotate the red platforms 1 time so you can get into this area, collecting the red coins while you do so. Once you have the key in hand, then drop down here. Instead of dropping down, instead just use an egg and shoot downwards so you can go through the flippers without actually going down yourself. Be sure to hit this last flower in the upper right corner before going through the locked door. You have to ride these platforms with the arrow facing the direction that you would like to go when you stand on them. Use them, grab the ring, and then go through the boss door at the very top. This time our boss is a little slime that ends up becoming quite a giant slime. It's best to have some eggs going into this fight. Shooting at him will cause little slimes to fall off of him and he'll get smaller and smaller. Just do your best to avoid the little slimes, eating them if you need to make some extra eggs. Once he gets really small, it can be actually hard to hit him, but once you deliver enough hits to him, he'll break apart and you've completed World 1. For getting a perfect in a world, you get yourself an extra bonus game as well as 1 extra stage. Yoshi will then go over the World 2 on the main map of the game. However, we're going to instead go back to World 1 and complete that extra stage now. So here we have Extra 1, Poochie Ain't Stupid. Now we haven't been introduced to Poochie yet in the game, and we will be soon introduced to him normally in World number 2. Over here to the left, before continuing on the stage, just eat some bats so you have some eggs before going over to the right, and the screen will start to automatically scroll. Of course, it's one of those types of levels. Here we meet Poochie. You have to ride along Poochie, facing the direction that you want him to go, so you can end up getting him to walk along the lava since you can't land on it yourself. This is definitely one of the trickier gimmicks of the game to get used to. Of course, while doing this, we still also have to collect all the flowers as well as the red coins and stars. Be sure to jump up here and grab yourself all the red coins and the flower before dropping down. When you do drop down, be sure to float so you can see where Poochie is and you can land on it. Watch out for the bats and other enemies during this section so they don't end up hitting Yoshi while he's riding on Poochie's back. Thankfully, since this level is rather tricky, a lot of the items aren't too well placed, so you can get most of them by just running through easily. Be sure to grab the last red coins though at the very end, as they're the trickiest and hardest ones to grab as you fall down to the lava below with Poochie. One of the other little bonuses that you get though is not only the extra stage, but you can play one of the 6 mini games that you can unlock by getting a perfect score in a particular world. It's now time to move officially on to world number 2. So we move on to 2-1, Visit Koopa and Para-Koopa. Of course, this level introduces some new enemies, the Koopa Troopas as well as the Para-Troopas. Eating them, though, you can spit out their shell and end up taking enemies out that way. Just be careful that when a shell bounces off a wall, of course, it doesn't come back and end up hitting you. When you go down here, you get the big star for the first time. With the big star, you end up turning into Baby Mario and actually get to control him and use his cape ability. One of the trickiest things to do though, is what I did right there, is doing a nicely timed jump in the upper left corner with Mario's cape on. If you do the jump correctly, you can get above and get to the flower without actually having to run through the entire area. Once back outside, be sure to grab all the red coins along all the blocks that start to fall down into the pit. Here we also actually run into Poochie for the first time in the game officially, if you didn't already get him in the first extra level of the game. You can ride him along the spikes, come over here and be sure to break the box so you can end up getting the key. Then just ride him back over to the left. In the next area, you have tons of falling blocks and you have to be very careful not to get squished by one of the blocks as they fall down and connect. Just be able to grab the flower at the end before running over to the right and moving on the level. Write this down and be sure to grab all the red coins from the Shy Guys along the way. You'll have to do so quickly. If you don't grab them immediately as the Shy Guy drops them, be sure to drop quickly to the ground so you can pick them up before they disappear. They only last a few seconds before disappearing, and if they do, you lose your opportunity to get all the red coins. Once again, watch out for all the moving blocks and do a big running jump over here to the right side. Grab yourself one of the flowers as well as some extra star bits if you need them. Grab the final few red coins, and then if you have the key in your possession, go through this locked door. This is one of the first versus minigames in the game. Here you have to pop balloons. The one who finds the correct balloon first, either you or your opponent, ends up winning the minigame. For doing so, you're granted an item. In this case, we're granted with one of those red stars that gives us 20 stars if we meet them at the end of the level. Here we have item chance. To select one of the random doors that open up, and if you get an item, you get that item. If you get a Kamek, you lose. Next up, it's time for 2-2. This is another one of my favorite levels, the baseball boys. These baseball enemies have two different abilities, ones that will swing their bat and hit the eggs back at you, and other ones will actually catch the egg if you shoot at them. When you make it to the top here, be sure to take out the Shy Guys and grab yourself the 2 red coins before the Shy Guys fly away. Either jump down these stairs quickly or walk down slowly, and when you get down here, be sure to hit the arrow so you can get yourself one of those big stars. When you turn into Baby Mario, run along the wall and just collect all the stars as you go around. This way you don't run out of the ability midway through. When you go down here this time, the platform will actually be made for you. Run along and go across the spikes since Mario can't be hurt by him as in invulnerability mode, and then grab yourself the halfway ring. Here, use the baseball player to your advantage, having him swing his bat so he knocks an egg over to hit the question mark cloud, and then again once the flower appears. When you make it over here, you're once again going to have to use the baseball guy and use your egg in order to land in his glove so he'll launch it and end up hitting the cloud for a 1-up, but more importantly, he ends up getting you 3 red coins. Over here you get yourself the blue watermelon for the first time in the game, and this allows you to freeze all your enemies. While it doesn't last long, it does take out enemies easily, so it can help a little bit. Be sure to grab yourself the red coin in here and then spring upwards. Jump in here and be sure to hit this cloud because you'll get yourself one of the flowers. I always hated that little delay you have when transitioning to the inside of these areas. Watch out for the cactus enemy here as you grab the enemies and turn them into eggs if you like. Take the upper path, taking out the piranha plant and grabbing yourself another red coin. Over here to the left side, you can get yourself another one of those frozen watermelons, as well as a flower. When you make it out, go inside here and hit this mystery block in order to get another one of those mold transformations. Once you become the mole, of course, dig over to the right and be sure to collect the red coins as you do so. When you go down here, if you need some extra stars, go over here to the left and hit this box and grab yourself 5 more stars. Make sure you have an egg, and then you can use the baseball player to hit one over to the right and grab yourself another red coin. Drop down below and you can see another one. Over to the right is an extra one up in case you need it, then go back to the left, hitting a red coin, and then take out this guy with an egg, just far enough at least, so you can jump over him and get the coin. This can be tough down here. What I recommend doing is actually jumping over and jumping on the baseball player's head. Then use your egg and fire upper right corner so that it bounces down and hits the red coin below. Drop down here and then use your egg in order to hit off the right wall to grab yourself a flower. Watch out for the last piranha plant and then jump through the ring in order to complete the level. In this level, as you can see already, it's filled with these cloud or wind missiles. These guys are definitely going to get in your way while trying to make your way through jumps, so be very careful you don't get hit and end up losing counter on your stars. Be sure to hit this block so you can end up getting yourself another flower. When over here, you'll have to use your egg in order to take out all the walls and then walk yourself over to the right. Be sure to hit this shy guy as well as the red coin as you fall down. Here we once again turn into Baby Mario, have him run along the path through all the enemies, and be sure to grab the stuff along the path. Once you have the flower, you can just butt stomp all the way down. Then when you get down here, be sure to just hit this side so this mystery cloud block appears. Once it does, hit it with one of your eggs so you can make it to a secret area. Grab the different colored eggs on the right side and be sure to grab the red coins as you're making your way over here. This guy will definitely try to get in the way and try to eat you, so just hit him with an egg if you need to send him back down to the water below. Grab all the coins that you have to and then go back to the pipe and climb back out. Here we once again use the mole ability, and this time we actually can use it in order to actually go up here and find yourself a hidden key. You can then use the key by going up here to the upper left corner. This is another one of those versus mini games. This one is kind of like a hot potato game. Whoever has the balloon in his possession, there will be a command list above in order for you to enter, and then throw the balloon to the opposite side that you're an enemy. The balloon slowly keeps growing, and once you put in the full command, you end up throwing the balloon. The job here, though, is to keep going back and forth and make sure that when the balloon gets big enough to pop, it's not in your hands. After getting an extra life, head back down to the cave and head down here. This time jump over the area where we had the mole ability, and then float over and grab yourself a flower. Then you can spring upwards to get to the top platform. Be careful of all the enemies as you float your way down to the ground, as there's a ton of enemies right here and it's at the very end of the stage, so you don't want to accidentally get hit by them. It's now time for the next boss level, and this one is Bigger Boo's Fort. As to be expected, boos are definitely going to be involved in this stage. And just like other Mario titles, when you face away from a boo, they'll come after you, and when you're looking at them, they'll stay still. Be sure to come into this room and grab all the eggs if you need them. Then you can actually, when the boos are coming towards you, you can fire an egg off a wall and actually destroy them. Destroy the two big boos in the room in order to get a flower. Be sure to shoot an egg upwards so you can hit the two red coins before hitting the block over to the left that causes the stairs to appear. Because of the way the paths and all branch in this level, it can be a little bit tricky to grab everything. Drop down here and be sure to hit the blocks so that you can end up using your eggs in order to hit all the coins, but more importantly, hit the cloud so you can get the coin. Once you're back out into the main area of the room, climb up here and then go through the upper left locked door. Inside here, use your eggs in order to grab the coins, and then start working your way up, watching out for the boos. When you drop down here, be sure to grab extra stars if you need them. If you're already over 20 or something at this point, you don't have to worry about grabbing all of them because you'll be getting a ring in just a second down here. Of course, hit the flower and then watch out for the enemies, hitting this block, and now we'll be actually going across this platform that we had made earlier, but we were below it. Then you can go into the pipe on the right side. Inside here, there's a lot of lava rotating as well as moving up and down platforms. You'll have to land on this box and actually ride it across to make it across the lava. Just watch out for the boos while doing so and make it safely to the ground on the right side and go through the pipe. When you make it out here, use your eggs in order to grab the extra red coins that you need here, watching out for the boos once again as you do so. Here though, shoot upwards and you'll find yourself a cracked block. Hit it with an egg and it'll actually break. This will allow you to go over here to the left and go through this door. This is an extra area that has a flower, as well as if you want to, you can get a lot of extra coins in that room as well, but the only thing we definitely needed was the flower. Then you can just go back, go through the flippers, and head to the door on the right side this time. Be careful on the rotating platforms and get to the boss door in the upper right corner. Be sure to have about 4 eggs with you, as this boss is extremely easy to take care of. I'm just going to do this battle really quick and show you the easiest and fastest way I know how to get through here. Of course, Kamek, just like the other ones, is going to make Boo giant. It only takes 5 hits to take out the Boo, and it gets bigger with every hit. Just immediately fire 4 eggs from the ground level right at the wall right next to you. Then jump up and fire the last egg from the platform above. Doing so, you'll explode Boo and beat the level. (2-5) Watch out for Lakitu, or Lakitu, whichever way you prefer to say it. Just like in previous Mario games, he's going to fly above us in his cloud and throw down spikies below. You can take him out with various different methods and actually use the cloud for your own good if you want to. Here I like to use the Koopa shell on the enemies, watching out for it as it bounces back and forth, and collect some extra stars. Be sure to shoot up here though so you can get yourself a red coin, and collect any extra eggs you may need. Now here comes some extra fun. In order to get this, what you have to do is destroy the little bits of land around it, then push it over to the right to a solid platform so you can then stomp on it. Doing so will get you a key. Watch out for the enemies and then go over here and go through the locked door. In here you'll be using the train transformation for the first time. As you can tell from earlier, there was some railroad tracks in the background, and now here you actually can ride those railroad tracks and control the train along them. Going in the correct path will keep getting you extra train parts so that you can keep the transformation going, as well as collect the items that are scattered throughout the room that you must get. Once you make it back out, push the rock over to the right and then jump on top of it to get to the door. Here, be very careful and take out the Shy Guy so you can grab all the red coins. This can be tough because they appear rather quickly and they like to fly away fast as well, so you have to time your hits and your movements correctly in order to gather all the red coins. Stomp down on the right pillar so you can get another red coin. Shoot upwards here, watching out for Lakitu above you, and grab a flower. Stomp down the next pillar, and also take out a Shy Guy. Here we now have all the items we need, and we can jump through the ring at the end and complete the level with another 100%. Next is 2-6, the Cave of the Mystery Maze. In this level, start off by dropping down to this point so you can get over to the left side. You'll have to deal with 2 Shy Guy flower people, but there's also 2 red coins. Then, do so a little bit more, once again going to the left side. This time though, you get red coins and a flower. You can also eat up some more Shy Guy flowers if you like. Then you can drop down to the bottom area here. Once you get here, shoot an egg so it hits the arrow and then springs all the way up and get yourself a 1-up. The real purpose for doing that is just clearing out the area so you then can use the big spring and bounce your way up here. Grab some star bits from the mystery cloud and then finally ground pound your way all the way to the actual bottom of this area. There's some red coins as well as 2 mystery clouds. You can get yourself some more stars, and if you like to, then bounce your way back up. Stop up here, hit the mystery cloud, the door will appear, and you can go on and move on to the next area of the stage. Inside this next cave area, be sure to jump up here and use the spring to spring upwards to these platforms. Bounce your way up and be sure to collect the red coins before dropping back down. Here we can hit the middle ring to boost our star power up to 30, and then go all the way to the left for 3 more red coins. Here you can shoot a mystery cloud in order to get another door to appear and move on to another secret room. Inside here, be sure to take out the enemies, and by doing so you'll get red coins and a flower. When you make it up here, shoot the arrow so that it'll bounce your egg all the way around and hit the flower on the far left side. Then you can drop back down to the floor area. Use this spring to boost yourself back up and then follow the arrows over to the right to find the door. This area is pretty straightforward, just be very careful of the enemies and don't get knocked down into one of the pits below, and you don't want to accidentally get Baby Mario knocked off your back at this point. Jump up here and stomp down or use one of your eggs to break through so you can grab the flower and then go down to the bottom path. With everything collected, jump through the ring and complete the stage. Next up is 2-7 Lakitu's Wall. Now this level can be a little bit tricky to find everything, though it does have one of my favorite enemies, the giant fat Shy Guys. By eating one of the giant fat Shy Guys, you will actually get a giant egg, which can be a little bit useful, but also can only go a short distance because of how big it is. Form this bridge and then run across, being sure to take out all 3 of the Shy Guys for red coins. Be sure to grab all the red coins from those Shy Guys though before they end up disappearing. Stomp down on this peg so you can drop down to the bottom area. Easy enough to jump up here and grab the flower, and then stomp down on these pegs. Be very careful here while stomping down to collect the red coins from the pegs so you don't get hit by the giant missile launchers. Once you get the pegs all the way down though, you can go through the door. Watch out for all the enemies and get yourself over all the way to the left side so you can get the flower and then go to the door right next to the flower. Now you'll be on the opposite side of missile launchers, just jump up and go down the pipe. Here we have a lot of blocks that are falling down once you land on them and some that are just falling defaultly. Just take your time and make your jumps correctly so that you can land on all the platforms. Just be sure at the end though that you jump up to this top rock so you can grab some of the red coins. Use this spring to spring up and then jump over to the left by using Yoshi's float. Hit this block so that you get a down arrow and then go down here. Go over to the third one of these things and ground pound through. You'll get a flower along the path. You don't have to worry about going down the other path as there's no other items to collect. Once you're back outside though, grab the red coins and be careful that the red Shy Guy doesn't go away before you end up eating him. Before you exit this screen, be sure to jump up here and shoot your eggs up so you can get the flower before going to the right. Now here we get the card transformation for Yoshi. This is actually a lot of fun to control as you move over enemies. Pressing the button, you'll actually extend your wheel so you'll go up in the air, and this will allow you to collect coins as well as go over top of different enemies. Be sure that you collect one of the bubbles along the way that contains the transformation so it doesn't run out before you're able to hit the Yoshi block. Next up is 2-8, the Potted Ghost Castle. At the beginning, you'll have to get pretty low on these pegs so you don't end up hitting the lava, but you can stand on them so you can collect all the red coins that you need too. Watch out for the lava, or if you really want to try it out, you can actually do a float all the way over to the right side. Here, this is another time where we have to ride the vehicle in the direction that we want it to go by jumping on it with the arrow facing the right direction. Inside this room, grab the train transformation and then ride along the track. Just try to do your best to be careful of the shy guys drawn in the background. They actually will come to life and try to attack you. Our main goal here, though, is just to grab the flower and then exit back out of the room. When you get back out, grab the red coins that we passed over, or ride the vehicle over to here to the pipe with the arrow next to it. Inside the dark room, head down here and go through the lower left exit. Be careful of the fake flowers as they will try to drop down and roll across you. Come all the way over to the left side and start pushing this pot. Just be careful of the ghosts on the ceiling as they will try to throw bombs on you. But if you do a stomp with Yoshi, you can actually get them to stop passing along the bombs for a second or two. Once you have the key in your possession, go back over and then bounce an egg off the ceiling so you can get the flower, and then continue over to the right. Drop down here to grab a red coin and then head back up. Here you'll have to use eggs in order to hit the mechanism so that it causes the giant spike wheel to go up. Go past it and run to this door and unlock it with the key that we grabbed a little bit earlier. In the next room, jump up here to be sure to grab the middle ring, especially if you need some more stars. Then head to the door on the right side. Here, take out the two bashful enemies, and then grab the flower that appears. Hit those red coins and then go through the exit on the right side. Out here, you can eat some Shy Guys to gain some more eggs. Once you have a few eggs, hit the mechanism a couple of times to raise it up before heading over to the right. Here you'll have to raise the mechanism enough so you can actually get down and grab the flower. Then in the next area you'll have to be careful because you have to use this vehicle in order to get yourself up. Just be careful of the spikes that align the walls. There's also some red coins to grab along the way, so you'll have to get them as you head up as well. Head up here and then hit the mystery block in order to actually get another door to appear. Inside here, watch out for the thieves, as if they grab you, they'll actually take Mario and start running with him. You have to avoid them while pushing over the pot so you can find the key that you need in order to open the locked door. Once you have the key and you've hit the middle ring so you have a checkpoint in case you need it, climb up here and enter the locked door. Here, push one more pot over to grab some extra coins, no red coins there, and then go through the boss door on the far right side. As to be expected, this boss comes out of a pot. And it's a very easy and simple way to defeat the boss, and that's just pushing him over the edge. However, it can definitely be tricky because of the flames that shoot out, as well as the Shy Guys that are going to be pushing against you. Just keep slowly pushing them, watching out for the flames when you have to, and every time you go back to it, thankfully the Shy Guys don't push very fast, so you should be able to gain ground every time you do so. It is a little bit time consuming, but it's not a hard battle by any means. And as long as you dodge the flames, you shouldn't have any chance of getting hurt. Once you're able to finally push the pot over, you defeat the boss and we move on to the extra level of world number 2. Extra 2 Hit That Switch is one of the toughest levels in my opinion, in order to grab all the items you need as well as complete the stage. Start off by going down here and breaking open these crates. You'll also get plenty of stars and you'll need them because there really isn't a chance to grab any other stars throughout the level. Start off by hitting this switch. You then have to run quickly and make it through the level until you can hit the next switch. If you miss one switch, you end up dying and you have to start the level over again. During all this, you still have to collect all the red coins as well as the flowers. Thankfully, most are along your path, and after a few times through the level, you'll start to recognize the same things and be able to get them. But still, this is a really tough level your first few times through. The only thing good about the level is that the level is really short. Be sure to wait at the end for it to actually disappear, or else you won't be able to ride the platform over to the actual exit of the level. The bonus game you end up getting for World 2 is the slot machine, and I don't end up coming up with anything good there, but then again, I've never really been that great at slot machines in games unless you can use a pulse trick. World 3, the jungle world as I like to call it, is full of monkeys. If you like monkeys, you'll love World 3, that's for sure. And while the monkeys may be cute at first, they can get quite annoying as they can grab Mario off your back and start running with him. They love to throw stuff and they love to spit seeds at you. The thing you have to worry about the most, though, is when you have your star counter built up, that you don't accidentally get hit by one of these monkeys. If one grabs Baby Mario and starts running with him, you're going to end up wasting probably 5 to 10 seconds off your clock, and that's going to be really detrimental, especially if you're late in the stage. Here I use one of the monkeys and actually use it to my advantage to throw him up and grab myself one of the flowers. If you eat one of the watermelons, you end up spitting watermelon seeds for a short period of time. This can actually be pretty effective for taking out enemies. This level also happens to be one of those ones where you have to stomp down some pegs in order to find some of the hidden red coins. Shooting an egg at the monkey will end up putting it out, and you can actually then jump over to where he's standing and jump on him. Be careful in this section because they're all armed and they're all throwing stuff at you. Be careful here that you don't accidentally tilt down into the pit below and you're able to still grab the item. With these monkeys swinging back and forth, if they end up hitting you while they're swinging, they grab Baby Mario and run off with them, so be sure to wait for them to go all the way up before you try to run underneath of them. This game is rather simple. All you have to do is match the pairs, and it's pretty easy to match them up. If you're able to do so, not only do you get all the items, but you also get that 10 extra life bonus. And next up is 3-2 Jungle Rhythm. Here we have Shy Guys with spears and African masks as they move back and forth. These are some pretty cool looking Shy Guys, but they also can be quite dangerous if you accidentally land on the spears themselves. Thankfully though, they can easily still be grabbed up by Yoshi's tongue and turned into an egg. I've always been a fan of the dancing Shy Guys here, the ones that bounce back and forth with their spears. Use your tongue or an egg to knock this guy off the platform before you try to jump up and get to the moving platforms to the right. Here, instead of going down into that pipe, instead start heading up. Here you grab a lot of red coins, and then go up the other side and grab a flower. Also up here, watch out for these two Shy Guys with spears, and then hit the mystery clouds in order to form some staircase. You also get another flower for doing so. Jump over to the left here and you actually find a hidden area. This area is essential because there's a few hidden red coins here. We won't be doing the versus mini game here that you need the key in order to unlock, but we definitely need those red coins. There happens to be two more on the left side once you exit out, so be sure to hit them as well. Be very careful of the enemies during this last section of the level before you make it to the final ring. Here I did not have quite 30 stars, so this is one of those opportunities where using one of my 10 stars will actually really help me out and allow me to still complete the stage and have 100%. "3-3 Nebunut's Domain" is actually the home of this big guy. He can get quite in the way and end up doing a lot of damage to you while you're trying to make it over certain jumps, so be sure to hit him with an egg to send him back down to the water below before trying to make it over him. The hardest part during this level can be getting all the red coins during the swimming areas, especially if you're trying to avoid getting hit. Jump up here to hit this mystery cloud to find a hidden door. Inside, take out the 3 shy guys and you'll get yourself another one of the flowers. Once back outside, use the transformation to turn yourself into the helicopter. Here, fly down to this very small area to get to a door on the left side here. Once inside, we'll get the submarine transformation for the first time in the game. As the sub, you can avoid enemies, you can swim pretty much in any direction, but you also have missiles to your advantage to use to take out the enemies that are exclusively underwater. Once outside the area, be sure to watch out for the frog and jump through the middle ring and you'll change all the enemies around into stars as well. This may help you out in case that you accidentally don't have full 30 yet. Be sure to grab this flower before heading up these moving platforms. Grab this red coin and jump up in the air and use one of your eggs in order to hit this crab enemy to take him out before jumping up to his platform. Stomp down this peg all the way down to this area so you can grab the last red coin that we need and then complete the level. Next up is one of the more interesting castles in the game, Prince Froggy's Fort. Once you get this bridge to form, stay on the edge and then you'll have to actually break apart the spikes to find a hidden cloud in the lower right corner. Once you get it, shoot the cloud and you'll end up getting a door to go through and you'll get a submarine transformation. As the submarine, be sure to grab all the items that you need throughout, and then surface back up to the ground. Here, grab some extra eggs if you need them, and then go through the door to the right. Just be sure to watch out for the 2 fish jumping out of the water. In here, use the eggs that we just gathered in order to take out both of the crab enemies. Once you do so, you'll be rewarded with a flower, and then you can exit back out. Jump up here and then hit this mystery block in order to get some stars. Before going in the door though, you may want to replenish your eggs so that you have a full amount of them before heading on. Be careful here that you don't accidentally get knocked back by the fish shooting water and get knocked back into the rotating spikes. Use an egg in order to throw it up here so you can hit both of the red coins. In the next room, hit the bucket on the ceiling and then you can use it to actually ride across the water. Be sure to hit the red coins and then you can jump up and go up top here. Here you'll have to jump on the rotating platform to get the roll across so that you can keep moving it. You can use the stomp technique once again to stop the Shy Guys from passing along the bombs, so this will at least help you out a little bit. Be sure to jump up here and grab some stars if you need them, but more importantly, the flower. Eventually you'll make it to the end of the area, go through the ring, and then go through the door next to it. Here, use the ceiling and the arrow is pointing in the right direction so you can hit the crab enemy before moving on. Avoid another crab enemy, restock your eggs, and then go through the door. Inside here, hit the cloud on the left side and then get the bridge to form so you can move across. You'll have to do it again right next to it. Here though, be sure to hit the flower before hitting the cloud so that the bridge doesn't cause you to accidentally not be able to get to the flower. When moving along here, be careful of the little slimes that may come out of the ceiling. You can easily just eat them up with Yoshi and turn them into a much needed egg. Inside here, watch out for the frog enemies as we'll be well acquainted with one very soon, and then go through the boss door. And what's one of the coolest and nice changes of pace in the game, instead of actually making the balls grow, you actually shrink and go inside the body of the frog. Once inside, eat the Shy Guys and launch them straight up so you can actually do damage to the boss. Just be very careful that you don't get hit by the little drops that are dropping down, as well as the Shy Guys themselves. When fighting the boss, the area will get smaller and smaller, and eventually you'll drop out, and the boss is defeated. Next up is 3-5 jamming through the trees, and to be expected, more monkeys make an appearance. This level can be a little bit tricky because of the ground and how it's made up, that you can't do any of the stomps and you have to be careful with your eggs so they don't destroy the ground while you're trying to walk across it. In the next area, watch out for the monkeys that actually will drop down missiles on you while you're trying to make jumps. You also have to be sure to grab the red coins while you're going. Drop down here and shoot an egg so you can grab all those red coins that you can see below in the middle, but don't go too far down, you may end up hitting the spikes below. If you still need stars, you can get a mystery block there and hit it with one of your eggs in order to get a bunch of star bits. Ground pound this a little bit, just enough so you can have a good aim on the flower that you can see in between the rocks. Then drop down farther for some red coins, and then go over to the right and shoot another egg off the wall to hit another flower. Be very careful of the piranha plants and take out the Shy Guys, and then move on to the next area with all the monkeys with more missiles this time around. Jump along the trees and jump up to these platforms above. Drop down here just a little bit so you can actually get to this flower. Then jump back up and get on top of the trees. Next up is 3-6, the Cave of Hairy Hedgehog. Start off by jumping along these trees to the upper right corner and go through a kind of a secret entrance to the cave. You'll get 4 red coins along with a flower, and if you want to, you can actually net yourself a key down here. Then use the spring to bounce yourself upwards. Here, get the bridge to form and then climb up it to grab some more red coins and flour. Be very careful with the hedgehog because he's very small, but when he gets near you he grows and the spikes get quite large and can hit a pretty good radius around him. Here, if you do a really nicely timed float from the top here, you can end up landing in this area. Don't hit the transformation at first, instead grab some red coins and then hit the mold transformation. You'll drop all the way down, and then you can just dig your way, getting some red coins as well as a flower. Bounce along here, you'll end up getting a yellow egg, and then bounce all the way up here to this platform. Jump along the giant mushrooms, and then you can grab some stars here, and then the middle ring, and it fills us up to all the way to 30. Float along here, grab some more coins along the mushroom, and then drop down. Inside this room, hit the switch, and then run all the way across it. You'll collect a lot of coins, and after hitting the second switch, just jump along the top grabbing more coins, but more importantly, making it to the end before it runs out, so you can get the flower. Once you have the flower in your possession, just grab a few extra coins before heading into the pipe. And as long as you grab the key earlier on in the level, you can now go through this locked door and take yourself to the exit of the stage. Now it's time for 3-7, Monkey's Favorite Lake. And to be expected, there's going to be more monkeys, but we start off with some water as well as some Shy Guys on stilts. Here, you can either use the riding platform or actually do some nicely timed floats to get yourself across the water, grabbing the items that you need and avoiding the fish and monkeys. Drop down here and be sure to hit this mystery cloud so you can actually get the switch to appear. That way you can get to the secret area with the arrow pointing down to get to another one of those submarine transformations. Just be sure to hit all the red coins along the path, and then hit the Yoshi block at the end, and then move on. When up here, be sure to hit the Shy Guy, and also be sure if he drops the coin that you drop down and grab it. Here you can form a little beanstalk if you need it in order to hit this flower, but it's also good because you can actually get to one of the green blocks and refill your egg counter. Here, hit another one of the mystery clouds in order to get a beanstalk to appear, and then jump off the highest leaf in order to go to a secret area. In this secret area, there's a bunch of red coins, and more importantly, the hardest red coin at the very tip of the giant arrow of coins. Be sure to hit all of them, as well as get some more stars if you need them before dropping down. Use the spring to get up and then start stomping down this pole. Get it down far enough so you can hit the red coin. Just be very careful when the Shy Guy comes back that he doesn't accidentally run into you. Thankfully, they won't come off the platform unless you force them to. Then you can do a big spring here in order to actually get on top of the other two poles up here, but you have to time your jump really correctly. If you don't do that, however, you'll have to stomp the pole all the way down and work your way along the bottom and get to the right side. So going along the top is a little bit quicker. In the next area, watch out for the giant catfish and gather the last few items that you need in order to complete the stage. It's now time for Naval Piranha's Castle 3-8. These giant ghosts that fill up the hallways are some of the most annoying enemies to deal with. You have to keep hitting them with eggs in order to keep getting them to retract so you can eventually make it over them and get farther on into the level. Drop down here and take the left side path. You'll hit some red coins and then you can climb back up. Now choose the right path and slide all the way down. Jump over the piranha plants and enter through the hole on the right side. Here you'll have to do some nicely timed egg throwing in order to hit all the coins below. You'll once again have to do it here in order to get red coins on the left side and a mystery cloud that turns into a flower on the right side. Keep refilling your eggs when you need to. You'll then have to do it here again in order to get more red coins, as well as a flower, but you'll have to take out piranha plants first. Watch out for the two mini Raphael ravens and then grab the flower. Jump over this piranha plant and make it into this room. This room can be a little bit tricky because you have two of the giant piranha plants that you have to hit multiple times, but hitting the middle ring will cause at least one of them to disappear. Climb up here and then use the eggs that you have left in order to take out the piranha plant and grab the flower. You can get the little mini enemies here in order to actually get some more eggs. Just be careful when you come back out here that you don't get hit by the little puffs as they're dropping down. When you make it back into this room, drop down all the way to the water and take the left side. Watch out for all the enemies, and there's going to be a ton of them in one of the few instances of slowdown here in this game. Then launch all your eggs at the giant ghost just enough so you can actually jump over him. All you need here though is the coins in the upper left corner and then you can go back. You'll probably have to wait for the enemy here to shoot out a few shy guys so you can eat them and get them in the eggs so you can make them small enough so you can jump over them. Once again, back in this room, be very careful of all the enemies here. The piranha plants on the ceiling and the Lakitu throwing at you. Once again, shrink the giant ghost, and be sure that you have a few eggs here because you'll have some piranha plants you'll need to hit. Jump up to this platform and then bounce the egg off the wall in order to take out this piranha plant below before going into the water. Here's where the real fun is, as you'll have to hit this piranha plant several times before being able to jump to his platform. Thankfully, you can easily grab some extra coins as well as the flower before heading off into the boss door itself. After sliding down several waterfalls, you'll eventually land in the water below. Now it's time to battle a giant piranha plant. This is one of my favorite battles to test your egg throwing ability. Bounce an egg off the left wall and it'll actually bounce along the bottom and actually hit his weak point. After you do damage to him, he'll then charge across the screen. Just be sure to jump over him and avoid getting hit. As soon as he turns around, it's a good opportunity to immediately launch another egg, and it only takes 3 shots to take him out, and we can move on to the extra level of World 3. Extra 3 is more monkey madness, so if you haven't gotten enough monkeys, you'll sure to have enough after this level. Overall though, this level is actually easier in my opinion than the previous extra stage. You just have to be very careful with your jumping and avoidance of the monkeys, especially ones that are going to be spitting at you with watermelon seeds. Float up here for a hidden area so you can find some extra boxes. Thankfully, this is a great area to fill up your complete star meter. Watch out for the enemy here and then stand on the small peg so you can end up launching an enemy or an egg at the flower below so you can actually collect it. You have to be careful when you're grabbing the monkey's spitting watermelon seeds though, because sometimes you'll accidentally grab the watermelon and not the monkey, in which case you'll have to spit out all the seeds before you're able to actually use the Yoshi ability again. Grab the last 2 Shy Guys right by the exit, and then launch an egg through the exit ring to hit the last flower and complete the level. We move on to 4-1, Go Go Mario. Make your way up this hill, watching out for the Koopa Troopas and the Goombas along the way, and be sure to pick up the red coins. Here you'll have 2 piranha plants right next to one another, so you're going to have to take them probably both out before you're able to make it over the pipe. Here you can stop and eat up some Shy Guys in order to refill your egg count. Over here, take out the cloud and grab yourself some stars so we can get up to 15. Jump up here, avoiding the piranha plant, and then go down the pipe. Make your way across these very easy gaps, grabbing the red coins along the way. When you make it back outside, you can eat up one of the Koopa Troopas and use it on the flower if you like, or just continue on through the stage. Be careful when you make it over here that you grab the Shy Guy in time, and watch out for the missiles at the same time. All the way down here in the lower left corner, you'll get yourself one of the flowers. There's a lot of action going on here with the missiles and all the bouncing around paratroopers, so be very careful when trying to make it over. When you make it onto the next screen, grab the flower and then start watching out for the fuzzies, because you will end up getting dizzy when you land into them. This is also an example of one of those times with the fuzzies as well as the other enemies on screen that you may get a little bit of slowdown. When you make it down here, this is kind of where the theme of the stage comes from, being able to actually control Mario with the star ability. Once you control Baby Mario, have him start running along the entire length of this wall. Just keep having him run, be sure to grab the flower along the way, and also grab the next star so you can continue running as Baby Mario. Here you'll have to do a big jump and then use the parachute and glide on the enemies so you can collect all the red coins and the flowers that you'll need. When you turn back into Yoshi though, you can also use that to bounce off the enemies or throw an egg and grab the last few red coins you may have missed. Then jump through the exit goal and complete the level. Next up, 4-2, the Cave of Lakitus. Start off by grabbing some eggs if you need them from the Shy Guy. Once you have a few, go down the left pipe. Here, wait for the arrow to be facing the Koopa shell, and then fire an egg up at it so it bounces off and knocks the Koopa shell into all the enemies on the right side. When you're down here, hit the big POW block and you'll turn all the Lakitus in the background into stars. Be sure to also then jump on the POW block if you want to in order to hit the mystery cloud to grab even more stars. Spring up here and then push this crate all the way over to the left. It contains stars, but you also need to hit the cloud in order to get a flower. Then before going to the right, stop over on the left side where there are all the Lakitus in the wall, and pick up 2 red coins. Hit this block and then go down into the waterfall to go to a secret area. When you're down here, use Yoshi's float ability in order to gather as many coins as you can. There is a few red coins during this section, so you have to be very careful and make sure that you at least get them. Here, time your egg shot to the Koopa so you end up causing the shell to go to the right side. It'll then pick up the flower there. Do a little float here so you can land on the pipe grabbing the red coin, and then down here get both the key if you want to, as well as more importantly the Shy Guy with the other red coin. If you decide to grab the red coin, you can go through the locked door right here and have another one of those versus minigames. If you don't already have all the stars at this point, you can go through this ring and get 10 more. Watch out for the bats, as well as the more Lakitus hiding in the background as you drop down here from the platforms, picking up red coins along the way. When you reach the bottom, be very careful not to land on the spikes. You can actually do a little nice float over here so you can actually get the flower and then go through the flippers on the right. Here, time your shots correctly so you can not only get the red coin, but do it on the other side so you can hit the flower as well. Then, just run over to the right and jump through the goal ring. Four 3 is Don't Look Back. At the beginning of this level, use the egg that it gives you, or use the Koopa Troopa, in order to hit the cloud. All these balloons will start rising up from the ground. You're going to have to use these balloons in order to float yourself up to some top platforms. Start off by going over to the left and hitting a Shy Guy with a coin. Then start making your way over to the right using little floats if you need to. Just be sure to land on another balloon so that you can make it right back up without dropping all the way down. Here, jump on a balloon and use an egg in order to grab the flower below. Just be careful of the teetering platforms and grab the last few red coins here before going through the pipe. In here, go over to the left and hit the cloud in order to get the helicopter transformation. Use the transformation to float upwards, watching out for the piranha plant, and grab the red coins on the top area of this place. You can go through the middle ring if you want to, and then collect the rest of the coins if you feel like it, or you can just hit the Yoshi head. Once you've gathered the red coins though, you can then go back down the pipe and continue the stage. The number on the platform represents how many times you can jump on them before they end up disappearing. When they have only one left, that means as soon as you land, it's gonna disappear, so you have to be very quick and jump off of it. Be sure to grab the Shy Guy and try to do your best to throw an egg over the piranha plant so you can hit the Shy Guy before he ends up disappearing. When you make it up here, hit the exclamation point so you can jump up all the platforms. If you need some eggs, thankfully there's a box here so you can refill all your eggs, and then hit the cloud. Doing so will get you another flower and then grab the red coin before going to the right platforms. We haven't gathered a lot of stars yet in this level, so we're going to use the Koopa shell here in order to go into the flower to pick up a bunch of stars. Use an egg in order to free the spring and then spring upwards. Here you're going to have to pump up the balloon to a really large size and then you can jump on it and actually ride it across. The key here, though, is making sure that you get the flower near the end of the path. As you can see, the balloon, of course, will get smaller and smaller as it travels. When it makes it near the end, grab the last of the red coins you're going to need, and then you can actually get 3 1-ups from all the Shy Guys here. Here I'm going to have to use one of my counters in order to fill my star meter all the way up, and then jump through the gold ring in order to get my 100%. 4-4 is Marching Mild's Fort. It starts off outside and you have the giant chain jumps that are going to come raining down on you, so be sure to hurry up so you don't accidentally get grabbed by them or fall into their giant pits. Then, one's going to be immediately sneaking up from behind trying to munch you down as you make it over all these platforms. The key, of course, is grabbing the red coin as well as the flower. When you make it to the end, he'll bust his teeth and fall down. You can then hit the cloud in order to make stairs so you can get up. When you make it to the middle of this area, you have 4 ways to go. We're going to start by taking the upper left path. Here we have to ride the rotating platform up to the upper left corner, taking out the piranha plant, and then landing on the platform so we can grab the red coin and the box. Then you can actually just float across to the other side to get to the other platform. This one's a little bit more tricky because you have the cactus enemies throwing out objects at you the whole time. Do a nice little stomp though to take them both out so you can get to the upper right corner to get to the cloud, pick up some stars, and another red coin. After taking out another piranha plant, you of course are going to grab the flower and the key before going to the door. Now, go to the lower left corner and go through that door. Inside this area, there's a lot of lava. You can start off by going down the right side and fill up your eggs if you need to. Use your egg in order to hit the bucket down into the lava below, then jump inside of it and ride it across to the left side. Just be sure to, of course, jump out and hit the coins. Then, ride the rotating platform all the way across to the other side, being sure that you jump off the left side of the platform before it ends up touching the lava. Here we have to ride another one of those rotating platforms upwards so we can get to the top area. Land on this platform so you can hit the flower with one of your eggs, and then go across to the next platform. You don't need to use the riding platform this time. Just be careful you don't get hit by the enemy who's spewing out all the lava up into the air. Then grab the next key and you'll be back out in the main room. Once back out here, go into the upper right corner this time. In the next room, start off by jumping up, watching out for the missiles, and collect some eggs. You can then use the eggs in order to destroy the rock that you can see cracked over to the right. In the next area, we have the appearance of my favorite enemies probably in all of Mario, and that's the Sniffets. Use your eggs in order to start breaking apart all the walls so you can start working your way over to the right. Watch out for our thief buddy here as he'll try to pick up Mario and take him away. Since we're using a lot of eggs, you may have to backtrack to the left and gather more before continuing. Watch out for the Sniffet's bullets as you work your way down, and then climb up the left side. Here, thankfully though, when you're facing a missile head-on, you can actually just eat it with your tongue. Here, shoot the cloud so you can get the flower to appear, then grab it. Take out the thief enemy so you can also get a red coin. Destroy the far right cloud so you can get the third key. Make sure you have at least one egg left so you can break the rocks here so you can get up. Hit this last coin and then go into the door that we actually entered from. Now head back down and now go into the lower right corner this time around. In this room you have some rotating platforms, so you have to land on them when they're actually straight. Of course, with the spike helmet enemies, you're going to want to actually use your tongue to eat them up, and don't accidentally try to jump on top of them. Use your eggs so you can collect all the coins, including the red coins. Then use the rotating platform and ride yourself up to the top. Drop down, eat the enemy, and grab the coins. When you make it down here, choose the right door and enter it. Inside the next room, use your egg in order to hit the cloud and then jump over so you can grab the key before it falls all the way down, then enter the door at the top. You'll now be back out into the main hallway, and you can finally enter the door in the center. Here, eat up all the enemies if you want to, so you can fill up your egg. Then go through the middle ring, and then go through the next locked door. Once in here, just run over another door and unlock it. And finally, one last room. Just be very careful that you grab the egg, don't fall down in the lava, and make it to the door on the other side. Here they give you another ring to go through if you want to, and then you can enter the boss room. This giant guy can be a lot of fun. Jump to the top and do immediately giant stomp down on top of him in order to make him smaller. He'll break apart into 2. Then break him down again into 2 more, and then finally he'll break down into 4. Just do this to each and every one of the parts without getting hit, and you'll end up defeating the boss. We now move on to 4-5, Chomp Rock Zone. Start off by pushing the rock all the way over to the left side. Of course, make sure that you grab the flower before you go over to the right. Break open the cloud and you can grab some stars, then eat up the Shy Guys to fill up your eggs. Now start stomping down on the pillars. Jump down here over to the far right and then push the Koopa shell over. If you actually watch it go all the way over to the left side, hitting all the Koopas, you'll actually get an extra life. But the key for coming down here is getting the coin. Then spring back upwards and break down the pillars some more, all the way down to the ground so that your chomp rock can actually fall down here. You can find a hidden mystery cloud that you can get some stars from, but then push the rock down the hill. Here, hit the cloud before pushing the rock so you make a little bridge. Then push the rock down onto the bridge so you can get it over that big gap. Then stand on it or jump up to the top right so that you can get the flower. When you move the rock over to the right here, watch out for the 2 Koopas, and then push it all the way down the big hill. When you do so, all these missiles will start dropping down. Thankfully though, there's that little barrier that you won't be hit by any of them. Eventually your rock will come to a stop when you make it to this pillar. So, just like before, we're going to stomp it down so we continue moving the rock. When you make it in here, jump on top of the rock and jump up so you can hit all these red coins as well as a flower. Stomp down this pillar, and then stomp down the next couple of pillars. This way you'll have a nice flat surface so that you'll be able to push the rock once you hit the exclamation point. Jump on top of the rock so you can actually make it to the platforms above and make it into this door. Stomp down so you actually can destroy the giant flower above, and also stomp down and destroy all the dirt. Hit this cloud so you can get another one of the flowers, and then in the next area, use the rock to push down all the enemies, and be sure to collect all the coins as well. Be sure to at least have one egg, and if you don't have any, you can always go back to this pipe and collect some eggs from the Shy Guys. Over here, stomp down this big blob and shoot an egg off to the left side so you can hit 2 red coins. Then go down this pipe just to the right of the blob. Once down here, break off the spring, throw an egg to the catcher, and jump up so that when he throws the egg at you, it'll actually hit the wall and hit the flower that you need. You can then go back upwards and continue over to the right and finish the level. Next up is 4-6, Lakeshore Paradise. Drop down in the water here, and do a stop, and you'll be able to just get underneath this wall so you can get over here. Then you can actually go left and enter another part of the screen to a little small bonus area. Inside here there's a Koopa shell, and you can use that shell if you want to in order to throw it into the flower and get a bunch of little stars. Over here, just be sure to hit the Shy Guy, and if one of the coins drops down in the water, be sure to drop down and listen for the sound to make sure that you actually did end up picking up it. Use the Koopa shell to your advantage and drop down so you can grab the flower. Use this spring here and then your floatability if you need to keep yourself high enough so you can grab the coins and the flower. Make sure that you drop down here with the big spring and pick up a few of the red coins. You'll have to use this red Koopa shell and help you in order to actually get this box to drop down. Then you can push it along here to a solid area so you can actually stomp on it without going all the way down into the water below. Doing so will get you the key to that door that we saw just a little bit before this. Here you can use the big spring here and spring yourself up and enter it and do another one of the little versus mini games. After that, you can come down here and enter this door to actually continue on in the level. Be careful here with the flower as it throws up little cactus bits instead of just normal eggs. You can eat the cactuses for extra eggs, but you also have to be careful that the cactuses don't hit you and cause Baby Mario to go crying off your back. Fill up your eggs from the flour and take out the crab enemy before dropping down to the water and going over to the right to enter another screen. Here, you actually have to hit the platform with an egg in order to get the change from going up and down to going left and right. You also have to be careful that you don't accidentally hit yourself into any of the spikes below you. Make sure that you jump up here into the upper left so you can collect some red coins, as well as refill your eggs from the flour. You can also actually eat up the platform and spit it back out so that you actually can move a little bit easier with it. If it bounces off a wall, it will change direction, so you won't accidentally get stuck. The hardest part though is definitely aiming the eggs in the right direction and being able to hit it so that you can move in the exact direction you need to get over to the next section. Be very careful when you drop down here that you end up not hitting the spikes. Stop in both the upper right and the lower right corners so you can hit more red coins. Once you have all the red coins from the area, you actually can go back to the left and go back to the previous screen. Now, where we took out that crab enemy, instead go up and we'll actually be continuing on in the level. Drop down here and grab the coin from below, then climb right back up. Thankfully, the shy guy in the middle area will actually stay there for quite a while, so you don't have to worry about him flying off. You can use this stilt enemy in order to actually bounce yourself up with a float to get into the area without accidentally building the bridge, so you can get both the red coin and the flower. Then just try to do your best to avoid all the other stilt enemies as you're making your way through this area. Take out this piranha plant before you try to jump to the platform, and then finish the level by jumping through the ring. It's now time for 4-7 Ride Like the Wind. Here, use the spring and go over the piranha plant and then up into the upper right corner here. Grab a couple of coins and then ride the platform as it goes over. Make sure that you jump up though so you can grab some red coins before hitting the next platform. One of the most interesting things in the game is you actually can use these penguin-like enemies and get them to become like eggs. Run along here grabbing all the red coins as you do, also being careful that you don't get hit by the gust of winged missiles. Once you have enough eggs, come back over here and then launch up using the spring to get up into a secret area. In here you'll grab some eggs, but also this is where you'll be blowing up another one of the giant red balloons and riding it across so you can pick up a whole bunch of items. When you drop down onto the next screen, be sure to do a little float right away so you can hit the helicopter transformation. It's really not necessary, but just helps us get to where we're going. Ride along, collect all the coins if you want to, there's no red coins here, and then hit the Yoshi box at the end. You can jump over here to the left and hit one of the middle rings to refill up your star count. Then drop down to the next platform below and hit the cloud for some coins. But more importantly, you can break the box next to that and grab yourself a key. Avoid the missiles, and you can use Yoshi's float ability if you actually can time the jump correctly to get on top of here and go right through the locked door. This is another one of those versus minigames. This time around against the bandit, we're actually collecting coins. Whoever collects the most coins within the time limit wins. Another rather simple game, but it's a little added fun bonus, and of course I want to show it. After winning the minigame, you can then start using this rotating platform and grab all the red coins while rotating on it. Make sure that you get all the coins. Also jump up here and be sure to hit the flower, and then you can actually either drop down or just drop down the right side to hit the next platform that's moving. On here, time your jumps correctly so you can make it to the next platforms without falling down to the large pit below. Thankfully, the last one stops on a rotating platform so you can easily grab the last flower, and then you can jump through the gold to the right side. (4-8) is Hookbill the Koopa's Castle. Use the Koopa shell to your advantage to get one of the flowers at the beginning. Be very careful of the rotating spike platforms, they don't end up running into you. Eat up some of these ghost shy guys in order to refill your egg count. Here, use your egg in order to break the block that he's trying to hit with the giant mace. That way, it'll actually go all the way down to the ground, so it has a longer time to retract, and you can easily sneak underneath of it. Wait for the right moment here and drop down so you can grab the 2 red coins before jumping back up to the platform next to him. Here I use a nice little trick to use the turtle shell to my advantage to collect all the red coins without having to actually use the rotating platform. Then head down to the lower left area here and enter through this door. Get up here, be sure to grab both of the yellow eggs, and then break open the cloud for some stars. You can then enter the door just a little bit over to the left. This will take you back up here. Get rid of the Koopas just so you have an easier time, and now actually go down here where the mace ball was actually destroying the rock earlier. In here, thankfully, there is a couple of boxes here so you can refill your eggs. Then hit the clouds and actually build staircases on both left and right sides. Choose whichever side you prefer to go up, and then actually go all the way to the top, dropping down here to watch out for the mace, and hit the 2 red coins. After building all the stairs, hit this cloud. It'll drop down and form one more staircase going to the upper right. This way you can actually drop down and grab the flower that we actually saw earlier, and then you can actually go back through the door and be back at the top area that we were before. Make another big staircase and then enter the door at the top. Here, grab 2 red coins and then break open the box for a key. You can go through the middle ring, then go through the 2 bumpers, and look, it's that familiar door we've already been through 2 other times. Use an egg in order to actually break open the ceiling, and then use this platform just a little bit so you can actually jump up into the broken ceiling. Once in here, take out all the enemies and you'll be rewarded with 1 single red coin. Use the rotating platform if you like, and then go through the locked door on the right side. Here, be very careful of the Lakitu with the hook on him. If he ends up hitting Baby Mario with the hook, he ends up hooking him and ends up taking him away from you. Thankfully, there are some stars here to refill if the Lakitu ends up hooking you once. Even if you end up taking him out though, he respawns pretty quickly, but make sure you at least get the red coins and then you can go through the pipe at the top. Inside here, bounce your eggs around so they can actually break open all the areas you need to, but mainly also collect the 2 flowers and then get the spring at the very top. At this point I actually realized that I missed the red coin, so we're going to have to go back down the pipe and go to another red coin in the lower left corner with the Lakitu room. So we have to once again be very careful here and not get hooked. The only thing bad though is all those blocks we ended up breaking in the previous room, they will all come back when we go back through the pipe here. But thankfully it's pretty easy to get rid of them again and just get to the spring. Once you're satisfied with that, spring all the way to the very top and enter the boss door. Climb up a little bit of a rock formation and it's time to battle the boss for 4-8. When the boss battle begins, all you're going to have to do is hit him with an egg a couple of times and it'll knock him over. Once he falls over onto his back, you can do a big stomp on him in order to actually do damage. You can jump on his back at any moment and actually get him to spit up some eggs so you can get your egg counter filled back up. Then, knock him over with 4 more eggs and do another big stomp. Repeat this again and you'll end up defeating the boss and move on to the next level. Of course, before we head on actually to world number 5, we're going to go back to world number 4 and complete the extra level. Extra number 4, the impossible maze. Start off by running your way all the way down here and collect these 2 red eggs. Then, go into the pipe that the 2 red eggs are right near. Inside here, break open the cloud so you can grab some stars, and then use the spring. Once outside here, push this box all the way down so that it lands on the platform below, but we can avoid it and just ignore it. Instead, jump over to the right side and actually collect some red coins. Then go down through this pipe. Here, there's a bunch of random eggs laying around, a couple coins, as well as a flower. Spring up here and be sure to collect all the coins along the way before making up the more springs at the top. Here you'll hit another flower before going through the pipe. Drop down immediately, be sure to stay onto the right side though before so you can actually grab another flower, and then start riding down here. You won't be able to get up the waterfall to the right side as it can be really tricky, but there is a few ways you can do that. Instead, we're just going to go right back into this one and use the springs to get back through this pipe. When back in this room, take this box and start pushing it through the water. Be sure to keep it on the far right side so then when the stream gets a hold of it, it'll actually bounce over to the right. Once down here, push it a little bit more to the right, following the water, and then jump on top of it and use it to jump up to this area. Once up here, you'll get 2 red coins and the flower can go through the pipe. Inside here, we'll get a transformation and turn into the mole. As the mole, since we can climb up walls, climb up the wall to the right side. Be sure to go down this very small hallway and get the red coin at the very end. Do that once again to get through some more, and then be quick enough to get to the top and hit the Yoshi transformation button before you end up running out of your ability. Then you can go through the pipe, collect some red eggs, and you'll be right next to another giant box. Use this box and stand on top of it so you can actually gain access to this pipe. Once inside here, to the left is a transformation to turn into the helicopter. Transform out of that and be very careful of the piranha plant in the room before going to the next pipe. Now you'll be brought out into this area with 2 of those gray flashing eggs. Remember, the flashing eggs are very important. You'll have to use them in order to get 2 of the red coins in this level. Destroy this piranha plant and eventually a box will start falling down as well. Then just follow the box along the path. Here we're going to push the box over to the left side and follow it all the way down. Once again, being able to gain access to another pipe we couldn't before without having some kind of lift. Go inside here and drop all the way down and hit the last flower that we need. You can take out any enemies that you can with one of the flashing eggs. Just be sure to use them so that you actually get the coins for them. Once you now have all the coins, as well as all the flowers, use a star item if you need to, and then jump through the goal exit on the far right. We now move on to 5-1, Blizzard. You can see that obviously this level is going to be a snow-themed stage, and it starts off with Lakitus that actually can throw fire down on you. Also introduced are the enemies known as Spike from the original Super Mario Bros. 3. These guys can pull out large spike balls out of their mouth and actually launch them at you. Stop down here in the lower left corner here and you actually get yourself a key. Climb up here in order to get a coin, but be very careful of 2 giant spitting piranha plants. You always can of course drop down here and get some more eggs to battle those piranha plants. You'll have to defeat them both if you want to end up getting the hidden star cloud located right there. Watch out for the rocks as they're coming rolling down, trying to push you down to the gaps between the platforms. Stop off to the right for the flower, but then continue up the main path that we were going. Here we're introduced to the penguin enemies for the first time. These penguin enemies slide all around, and actually when you eat them up and spit them back out, they continue the slide. Stop by here and use the key that we picked up earlier for another one of the Versus minigames. Just a little bit to the right is a pipe that you can go up into a hidden area. Inside here, hit the cloud and turn into the helicopter. The key here though with the helicopter is not really to collect all the coins, but of course you're welcome to. It's just to make sure you at least get all the red coins during this section. It's a relatively large area, so you have to be careful while making it through if you want to collect as many coins as possible, just to fill up your extra lives. However, once you have all the red coins, that's all that really matters, and you can drop down into the clouds. Of course, in this area with the snow and ice on the ground, you can be slipping and sliding all around. Just be careful that the ice that falls from the ceiling doesn't end up hitting you as well. Some of the bigger ones, and ones like this, you can actually hit with an egg and cause them to fall so you can make it over the gaps, and actually have a much easier shot of getting past them without getting hit. Here, get a red coin as well as a flower. Just be very careful here that you get high enough so you can actually hit the Shy Guy and get the red coin that he's carrying. The area isn't too tough though, just be careful not to get hit since we're right near the end of the level, and if you already have your 30 stars, you don't want to accidentally get hit and have to use one of your items. Here we get the flame-throwing Lakitu back again. If you bounce off his head and land on the cloud above, you can go through the pipe to a small secret area. In here there's 2 Koopa shells that you can launch inside the flowers and get a bunch of extra coins if you want to. Over here to the right, you can hit the exclamation point in order to call solid platforms here, so it's easy for you to grab the last few red coins we need. Once we have them all, jump through the ring at the end and complete the stage. Next up is 5-2, Ride the Ski Lifts. Moving along in the snow can slow you down, but one other cool thing is being able to make a giant snowball and push that along the ground as well. As we push this giant snowball around, it will roll over any enemy that's going to get in our way. Push it all the way to the end and then use it and jump on top of it in order to grab some red coins. Over to the right, make sure you hit the middle ring before heading upwards. You can hit the exclamation point in order to cause an actual solid amount of bricks on the bottom here. Then run along and make sure that you collect, of course, the coins and all for a little bit, while also making your way over all the platforms. While collecting the coins and the flowers that we need along this section, the real key is just to avoid getting hit by the Lakitu. You can use the ski lifts to get from platform to platform or jump on the heads of other enemies and bounce off of them in order to make it across gaps. When you make it over here, you can hit another exclamation point to make some more solid ground for a period of time. This is good so we can pick up some extra stars. However, we will have to wait once we make it over here for the exclamation point to wear off, so we actually can get the 2 red coins located in the big square. Watch out for the skiing snowmen to grab the items and flour along the way, then make it over here, grab the coins, and then hit the big block so you can actually jump above and get to the platform on the right side. The ski lifts on this section will have snowmen riding the ski lifts, so just avoid actually running into them and getting hit. When you make it near the bottom, you'll actually finally get to some of the ski lifts without any of the enemies on there, so you can actually stand on them. Ride or float yourself up into the upper right corner to hit the flower, and then work your way down. Keep floating and use the heads of the enemies in order to collect the items that you need while slowly making your way down. This ends up being a much quicker method than actually waiting for the ski lifts to try to make it over these gaps. At the very end of this ski lift though, it's the ring and the completion of the level. "5-3 is danger, icy conditions ahead. As to be expected, this place is filled with ice. We're also reintroduced to the fire melon. This melon allows us to shoot a thing of fire out of Yoshi's mouth for a period of time. Not only does this take out enemies, but it can also take out solid, clear blocks of ice. Make sure you stop by here and you can actually throw an item into the flower to collect a bunch of little stars. Just avoid the piranha plants taking them out or just doing a big jump and floating over them. Knock the bucket off of the ice and you can actually use it to ride across the water to the right side. Be sure that you fire an egg up into these areas so you can hit the red coins. Jump up there and be sure to grab the 2 red coins and then use what's left of the fire melon in order to open up the last block so we can make it to the next screen. Here you can open up the cloud for an actual fire melon, so you can use that to break the block to the left and go through the middle ring. Then down here you can use it again in order to not only get yourself a flower, but also get the Mario power-up to allow him to just run through a bunch of enemies for a period of time. Do so quickly, but be sure also to grab the star along the way to continue up the power-up. Eventually, when you make it over to the end, break the balloon so you can grab some stars and then go through the pipe on the right side. On the next screen, you'll be met with a helicopter transformation. Once back as Yoshi, be sure that you jump high enough here to hit that red coin, and then you have some more of those ski lifts with the snowmen on them. Take out one of the snowmen and actually ride on one of the empty now ski lifts over to the next area. Thankfully, it's not too hard to take care of the snowmen on the ski lifts and ride across. In the next section, fill up your egg counter because you're going to have to destroy some spikes with the eggs. Grab this flower before heading off to the right and going to the next screen. As soon as you make it to the next screen, you'll go through a middle ring, and then you can go through the door. Going through the door will actually put Yoshi on a set of skis, and you'll now have Yoshi on skis riding through the snow. This is actually another one of the really fun parts of the platforming and jumping in this game. The key here, though, is it may take a time or two of you actually practicing it, just to be sure to hit all the items that you need, including the red coins and flower. Eventually, you'll make it to another screen and continue skiing down the long mountain. All the balloons above us will try to drop down missiles, but thankfully just skiing along will be able to bypass all of them. Eventually you'll see a whole bunch of arrows, and when Yoshi makes it to the next screen he'll be off the skis. Just run a little bit, jump through the ring, and complete the level. Time now for 5-4 Sluggy the Unshaven's Fort. Watch out for the bats at the very beginning and then make it over here to the right. Run all the way to the lower right corner. Over here you'll find a hidden cloud. Grabbing it will get you a bunch of little stars and then you can run back over to the left. Also be sure to pick up the yellow eggs if you want to. Do a big nice floating jump over to the left side here so you can make it up here. Then be very careful of the spikes along the area here, and be sure that you have at least 1 or 2 eggs so you can actually break open the spikes and grab the flower in the upper left corner. Go down this pipe and then take out all 3 of the enemies. Doing so will get you one of the flowers and then you can go back up the pipe. Be careful while making your way across here that one of the slime enemies doesn't accidentally fall on top of you and end up hitting you. Smack the ghost enemy hanging from the ceiling and then continue along. Here, use your egg to bounce upwards and then jump up here with a float or use an egg in order to actually collect the red coin up here. Do a quick egg down to the lower right and you'll be able to collect another red coin before jumping over to this area with the 2 staircases. First we're going to build the left staircase and then come up here with a flower, collect some stars and some eggs. Then jump over to the left side. Once again be careful of the ghost enemy hanging from the ceiling, hit him with an egg, and then break apart some rocks so you can get over. As soon as you come down here, you'll see not 1 but 2 red coins being held by Shy Guy, so be sure to grab them, and then drop down the left side. Throw your egg down so that you can actually break apart this rock, and then go down to the pipe and enter it. When you get up here, hit the cloud to the right so you actually can make a walkway so you can get across without accidentally hitting spikes. Watch out for a couple more of those unshaven slimes hanging from the ceiling, and then another big ghost. Hit him so he's on the left side so that when you fire another egg, you'll be able to collect the red coin that's in the direct middle of that set. Here we're going to do some nice float in order to get over. Collect 1 red coin there, land on the platform, and then shoot an egg up to get the other. When you make it up here, do a nice little short jump and then you actually can float your way all the way across to the door on the opposite side. Use the teetering platform so you can go all the way on the left, and then also be careful when you make it to the right side so you can actually get all the way down and go through the flippers. Push the large block all the way over into the right side. This way it'll form against the wall, getting you a high enough platform so you can actually jump above. Here we're going to actually ride the platform that's on the ghost's head. As he moves, he'll once in a while stop and actually go upwards, and this will give you an opportunity to jump up and collect items. Sometimes when he raises up, it can be a little bit tricky to avoid either a missile or, in this case right here, some spikes. Be sure to make a quick stop here and hit both of the Shy Guys. Then you can just wait on the far end of the platform as it'll rise back up. This way you can get back on top and continue riding along. Here, use the eggs in order to take out both the flower as well as a red coin to the left. Finally, the ghost will come to the end and you'll be able to jump up and actually go through the door. Then make a long running stride past all the unshaven slimes, jump through the ring, and go through the boss door. Our battle here against the unshaven slime really isn't too difficult. Launch an egg up and then continue hitting in about the middle area so that the eggs end up causing dents in his body, leading to the heart that you can see pulsating in the middle. Every time one of your eggs makes contact with the heart, you actually do damage to him. Anytime you actually need some more eggs though, you can always go to the left side and use the flower to help you out. After you hit him with 4 eggs, his heart will shrink, you'll defeat the enemy and move on to the next level. Next up is 5-5, Goonie Rides. The Goonie enemies are these flying birds. They will be dropping Shy Guys on you, they'll be flying straight at you. There's big ones, there's small ones. They pretty much will make a nuisance of themselves as you're trying to make it through and collect all the items in the stage. Though I have to admit, just the whole background and all is really pretty here, with all of them flying in the background, makes for a pretty eventful and scenic view. Here you'll have to ride on top of one of them just enough to be able to get up here and get inside this pipe. Once up here, watch out for all the penguin enemies. Take out all the ones that you can, and eventually after defeating them all, or they all slide off, you end up getting a flower and then can go back down the pipe. Over here, watch out for the piranha plant on the ceiling. Do a little float here so you can land on top of the Goonie itself and also collect the red coins. Go through the ring and then jump into the transformation to turn into the helicopter. As the helicopter, there's a lot of the Goonies flying around here, so be very careful. You want to make sure you also have enough left so you can pick up the other transformation bubbles so you don't run out of the transformation midway through. Most of the red coins in this level are located during this helicopter segment, so you have to be careful and know where they're all located. After you're able to get all the items needed, you can finally transform back into Yoshi. Up this hill, be very careful that you don't get hit by the piranha plant spitting. Then drop down on the right side onto the smaller platforms, take out the piranha plant, take 2 red coins and the flower. Over here, you can hit off the exclamation point and then spring up to the upper platforms that are moving up and down. About midway up, you'll also come to another exclamation point. Your goal is, of course, to get to that one before the other one rounds out. Then you'll have to ride on back of one of the birds so you can make it over to the next platform. Make sure that you jump all the way up here though, so you can end up getting the flower, the final flower we need, and then we can just jump through the goal and complete the stage. Next up is 5-6, Welcome to Cloud World. And just like its name says, it's going to be filled with clouds. But of course there's lots of other things as well. This is also one of those scrolling stages, so it doesn't scroll too fast, but you always have to be on your toes to make sure that you can get to the items, and of course don't get squashed as the screen goes by. At around this point in the level, you'll start being regularly attacked by Lakitus, so be careful of them as they're going to hover overhead in their clouds. Over here, you're going to have to use one of your eggs and have the baseball bat guy either swing his bat to hit it, or you can just hit the flower directly. It takes several jumps on the baseball players' heads to actually defeat them, so be careful when bouncing on them that you don't accidentally get hit by a Lakitu throwing a projectile. Make sure you watch out for the bat guys here, and you also can get the flower before the screen scrolls by. These guys are going to continually chuck eggs in your direction, so be careful and use your tongue to actually deflect them so they can get out of the way without actually hitting you. Eventually, you'll actually be attacked by 2 Lakitus at once, so you'll have double the trouble trying to deal with them. After a while, you'll cross a small wooden bridge and be able to go on to the next screen, which thankfully this screen isn't scrolling. Over here, you'll have to take out the enemies and then wait for a balloon to spawn. Sometimes it can take a while for the balloon to finally appear, but it will appear, and you can finally jump on it to get above. Be careful when you grab the 2 red coins that you don't accidentally land on the spikes of the rotating platform here. Wait for the baseball guy to actually hit the switch on the opposite side of the pipe so you can then climb up. Here you'll have to do the same again, but also be careful that he doesn't hit it back so that the platforms don't switch before you're able to get past them. Here, do a nice little float, collecting the red coin along the way, also avoiding all the spikes. Here we take out a bunch of piranha plants, collect another red coin, and have to do that again just right afterwards. The third time you have to do it, take out the piranha plant first, then do it to collect the flower. Once you've done so, jump to the ring at the end and complete the level. "5-7 is shifting platforms ahead. Start off by heading to the left in this stage and actually ride the first platform up. You can hit the first cloud that you see in order to get some stars. As you can already tell, the theme of the level is going to be these platforms. It's interesting here that when this one goes all the way around, it drops, but then reconnects and keeps going in a circle. Watch out while you're moving through this little tight area that you don't end up getting hit by the Raphael Ravens going around on their circles, and then head up all the platforms on the left side here. Once you reach the top, we'll go through a pipe. Once inside the pipe, climb all the way up the clouds and then run quickly along all the platforms as they're slowly falling. As long as you're quick enough, you'll be able to grab the flower at the end. Then, drop down. Grab some stars from the cloud if you want to, then run through all the coins before the exclamation point ends up running out. Once you've done so though, you can then go through the pipe and continue on the level to the spinning rotating platform just to the right. Just like we have before, you'll have to stand on the right side of it and get to slowly move around. Eventually it'll actually fall off and move on to the next platform, and just continue doing that over to the right. Watch out again for more Raven enemies as you ride the platform over. Here, when you stand on the rocks, they will start to fall after a few seconds of you standing on them, but thankfully you'll be long gone before they actually completely go off screen. Be sure to grab all the red coins while moving down here, that you don't accidentally also get hit by the spiked enemies. Here, open up the box on the cloud and collect a whole bunch of little stars. Be careful when this platform reaches its end that you don't accidentally make too long of a jump and go over the gap and actually end up in a pit before landing on either one of the platforms. We're going to need some eggs on this platform, so I'm going to use one of my eggs to replenish all of my egg counter as I move my way down. Here I'm going to have to take out this piranha plant on the right side, and that's the only way I'd be able to move over to that side. Then I actually have to start breaking down all these walls to collect some red coins and a flower before going back and down the pipe. Jump up here to collect some red coins, and then in the next section you're going to have a lot of platforms that are going to start falling quickly. The rocks will automatically fall, but the other platforms will start to fall a few seconds after you land on them. So you'll have to move quickly in order to collect all the coins, as well as not end up going down to the giant pit. Grab some red coins, and be sure to stay on this platform as it lowers to hit the 2 last red coins we need before heading off to the final platform and then through the goal. It's now time for probably my favorite bad guy of the whole game, and that's 5-8, Raphael Raven's Castle. Move up these platforms. They will run up rather quickly, but thankfully we don't have to really worry about collecting things as we make it to the door at the very top. Once inside, you'll notice that there's going to be a lot of pitfalls in this level and small platforms, so you got to be pretty careful. First, I'm going to stop up here and end up grabbing some eggs from the Shy Guys. Then you have to watch out for the Shy Guys as they're spinning their giant maces back and forth. Of course, you want to actually attempt to eat them when the mace is facing the opposite direction of you. Here we're introduced to a new bullet bill. These yellow bullet bills will actually bounce off of walls and go in different directions. Since a lot of the walls in the level end up being a little bit slanted, it allows them to bounce in weird directions. Here we're going to bounce off the head of one and actually land on a platform up here to collect some red coins and a flower. Over to the left here, jump off of the giant missile's back once again like we did earlier to get to a higher platform, and this time once again we're collecting a flower and a bunch of red coins. Break apart all these rocks, or at least as many as possible, with your eggs, before then jumping on the spinning platform at the bottom to ride it all the way to the top. Then you can jump on the platform to the right side, collect some stars from the cloud, and then go through the pipe. Here you'll land on one of the rotating platforms right away. Rotate it so it's actually facing upwards and then start riding it. Be sure you have some eggs ready so you can end up grabbing a flower as well as some red coins along the way before going into the next pipe. In this room, we're going to get the train transformation for the first time in a while. As soon as you get control of the train, you can actually start riding on the train tracks in the background. You can follow the path that I take in order to collect all the red coins, as well as the flower in the area. Once the transformation runs out, go back through the door, then use the big spring next to you, go through the ring, and then up another spring for some more platforming. As long as you stay in the center of these platforms, you won't get knocked off when they rotate. Be careful when you get on this platform because a bunch of little goonies and then a bunch of other ones will start falling down towards you. Once you reach the top though, enter the red door and it's time to battle Raphael Raven. And so far probably the coolest battlefield yet, you're on a giant planet or moon, and Raphael Raven will actually walk around it just like the other Ravens we've seen in the game so far. The battle takes a little bit getting used to because of the way the screen rotates and goes when you're moving back and forth. In order to damage him, you actually have to stomp down on the peg and it'll come out the opposite side, of course, of the moon, thus hitting it. After you hit him a couple of times, he'll get quite angry and you'll end up having electricity going throughout, so be sure to jump in the air and over that. Once you hit him 3 times though, he's defeated, and we move on to the extra level for world number 5. Extra 5 is Kamek's Revenge. Now this level has a lot of very small platforming to do, so you have to be really careful, and of course Kamek himself is actually riding his broom going back and forth. You can jump on Kamek at any point you want during the level, but he's just going to keep coming back. Here, hit the exclamation point and then quickly take out the 2 Shy Guys and grab the flower. If for some reason you're about to run out of the exclamation point, just start floating the best you can to get over the safety. You can always hit the exclamation point on the next platform in order to actually form it again so you can grab the last of the items that you missed. Run across here, and when you enter the next screen, go through the ring, and then you can actually use the key that we picked up earlier to go through the locked door. Doing so will actually get you skis, and you can then use the skis to ride through a lot of the slopes in the next area. Just be sure to grab all the items along the way and make some pretty cool jumps as well. This is easily one of the more enjoyable parts in this level for me. Make this big jump off of here, and as you're falling down, you'll actually pass a transformation and a flower, but don't worry about that. Just keep dropping down and we'll eventually actually make it to another helicopter transformation. When we get this one, we're going to collect all the red coins and hit the other things that we missed along the way that we saw. Keep flying over to the right, following the signs and collecting any items that we need, including the last few flowers. Eventually, when you make it to the Yoshi box, you'll de-transform back into Yoshi, go on to the next screen, and that's where the goal is. World 6-1 is the beginning of the final world of the game, and the first one has some pretty unsettling enemies in Skeleton Goonies. They act just the same as the regular Goonies, except they're of course skeleton, just like a Dry Bones would be. So it's just a little bit weird and adds a scarier feeling for the final levels. Hit the exclamation point and then drop down here and ride along the platform. You don't really have to worry about too many of the Shy Guys that are hanging out on the platforms with their spears. Just enjoy the ride and collect the items along the path. You're going to collect a whole lot of coins along the way, but once you've done so, you can then exit the area. It's just a little small bonus area for fun. When you get out though, hit the cloud and make a bridge to start moving across. Just be careful when moving across this bridge that the spear from the Shy Guy below doesn't end up poking up and end up hitting you. In the next area, you're going to have those scary chomps coming down at you, so be very careful and watch out for not only them, but of course the giant pits they make. Stop on this platform and grab the flower quickly before a giant chomp comes down and eats the platform that you're standing on. Here you have to do some pretty tricky egg shooting, so you can actually make the egg all the way over to the left so you can grab the flower. Continue moving along to here, and if you hit this cloud, you'll end up getting a key. This is another one of those keys that you don't really need to grab, because all it's really going to do is allow you to play the Versus minigame, but I figured I'd grab it and show that anyway. If you make this beanstalk and then climb up the leaps, that's where the locked door is located, and you can face off against the bandit in another one of those Versus games. Use the spring here to spring yourself all the way up, collect the red coins along the way, and just keep floating so you can avoid the piranha plant. Shoot an egg into the upper right corner and it'll bounce along and come out the flippers, but also collect the flower along the way. Here, take the projectiles and fire at the cactus so you can actually make it past him. Just move slowly along the last few platforms before you end up making it to the final solid ground, and then can run through the goal. I highly recommend taking out these two enemies first, and then make your final big jump that you'll have to float, grab the last red coin before hitting the ring and completing the stage itself. Next up is 6-2, the Cave of the Bandits. As to be expected with the bandits, they're going to have their own level themed around them, and there's a lot of them running around. While these guys don't hurt you, they grab Baby Mario and start running off with them, along as they'll steal other items, including red coins, so you have to be careful about them. A lot of this level is being sure to check every bucket, as well as just do your best to avoid the bandits altogether by staying on higher platforms than where they are. When you make it over here, instead of battling with the bandits on the top, just keep shooting some eggs in order to collect the flower. After collecting the flower, go back and collect a few more eggs, and now choose whichever one you'd rather deal with, or wait for them to come over to you so you can actually jump on their head. The electricity move that they end up making can actually continue on screen for a long time, so be very careful if they shoot one out in your direction that you don't accidentally jump into it as you're trying to complete that side of the screen. When you make it up here, watch out for the baseball player as he's going to try to throw some eggs at you to keep you on the opposite side. Take him out and then do a big stomp and you'll take out the cactus so you can make it by him without actually hitting him with an egg. The final part of the level has you taking the control of Baby Mario in his star form and then running over a ton of spikes. You have to be quick, collect all the coins that you can, and be sure to grab the little stars so you can replenish your power so you don't end up running out midway through and end up losing a life that way. Once you make it past that though, wait for the transformation to end, and then jump through the rain to complete the level. (6-3) is Beware of Spinning Logs. And obviously you can tell from its name, we're gonna have a bunch of spinning logs in this stage. Start off by hitting the 2 clouds if you can with the eggs that you have left, and grab a whole bunch of stars right from the very get-go. Besides just the rotating logs, you also have very small platforms to keep jumping back and forth between. You can bounce off the Koopas here in order to grab 2 red coins in the air, then do a big float over just to the right and you can hit another one. When you make it here though, you have a bunch of the fuzzies up here, so you want to be very careful you don't hit one here, because the dizziness will really hinder your movement for a little bit. If this is your first time in the level, you may want to wait for the fuzzy to wear off before continuing on. Be sure to stomp down on this peg here to get a red coin. Then grab some stars from breaking open this box, but be careful not to go off screen to the next screen until you at least hit the flower. Hit the 2 red coins and then wait for the log to stop spinning so you can do a big float over to hit the flower. Then push this chomp rock over to the right to take out the 2 Shy Guy ghosts. It'll also then be hit by the baseball bat swinging bandit. Here you have to get the chump rock off of the platform so you can actually grab the red coin that's sitting there as well. While the level is really tricky with its platforming, thankfully most of the items are in plain view, you just have to actually grab them. Do one last float, hit this last red coin, and then go through the goal exit. Now it's time for Tap Tap the Red Nose's fort. If you don't know who Tap Tap is, well, he's that circular enemy with all the spikes along him that you can only take out with the eggs. Here we have platforms moving up and down as well as fireballs, so be careful of the fireballs, especially here where you're going to be trying to grab a flower and red coins. Wait for the fire to rotate the opposite direction of you when it's facing north and south so that you can drop down and hit 2 red coins before going to the platform below. Now you'll have to spring up and collect 4 more red coins in the air while also avoiding the flame. Hit the spring at the end and you'll be teleported to another area of the castle. In this room, when you hit the last platform, it ends up turning into a giant slime, just like the boss battle we had earlier on in the game. There's consistent eggs spitting out of the flower, so you can just keep firing eggs over and over again to get rid of them. By taking him out, you're actually granted access to a key. Once you have the key, run back over and unlock the door on the far left side. Inside here, grab the items and then go through the door on the opposite side. You'll now be in a darkened corridor. Thankfully, the enemies are pretty easy to see, but there are a few mouse enemies that can sneak up on you from below. In here, use your eggs to break apart all the spikes so you can get access to all the coins on that right side. Go into this pipe on the left here and you'll have access to a flower above. Be careful though, because all the spiked enemies are going to try to jump up at you. So hit one of them off and you may be able to get him to roll into the others and take out at least most of them, enough that you have a clear shot at the flower on the upper left side. Now go through this door, and very similar to what we just dealt with, except the flower is a little bit easier to get to in my opinion here. Hit one of the enemies though so he bounces into some of the others to knock them on their butt at least, so that you have a shot at the flower before exiting out. Here, fire a nicely timed egg to hit all 4 red coins on the top part before going back out to the main room. When you enter into this room, you'll once again be met with another one of the giant slime enemies. And also, just like before, when you take him out, you also get a key. After traveling through these pipes for what seems like forever, we finally come to the one that's corked with the keyhole, so we can finally use the key that we got and go through it to finally go to another part of the castle. Ride the rotating platform along here, grabbing the red coins in the air as you do so. Just be careful not to go too far down on one side so you hit the lava, and of course avoid the little jumping flames as well. The next segment has you riding along the box, and once again you'll also be collecting items along the path. When you make it through the end though, go through the ring and then go through the pipe and drop down, and it's now time for the boss battle here. As you can see, Red Nose is on a pretty easy to manage field, as you have all the blocks you can break below him. So our goal is to, of course, break all the blocks that we can and then have him jump into the lava himself. Once he does so though, he's easily defeated and we move on to the next level. It's time now for 6-5, the very long cave. It starts off with some lava on the ground, some flames moving back and forth, but it's also one of those scrolling stages. Just go along the level, watching out for the lava on the bottom, as well as some icicles that will also fall down. It's really not too tricky to start off with. Here you're going to have to move a little bit quicker as the screen also continues to scroll when you're also moving through some tight areas. Just be sure to take out the Shy Guys to grab coins and any other objects that you see. Down here, be very careful of the Shy Guy that comes flying in, and as you see, he was able to actually hit me there, but I'm still able to get access to the red coin, which is all that really matters. The flaming Shy Guys are very interesting enemies. Of course, as you've already seen, when you eat them up, you end up getting the same ability as if you ate the fire melon that we had earlier on in the game. Here, right along the Chomp Block, so you can actually jump up and enter this door in between the two platforms. Here, you can hit the ring, and then the screen will once again continue to scroll. Here, make sure you have enough eggs, though, that you can destroy all the ground around you so you can continue making it through this passageway. Before going through the door at the top, of course, grab the 4 red coins sitting there. Here you have a whole lot of their skeleton goonies, so be very careful when they come running out at the very end here. This ends up being a pretty interesting area, and they end up all getting taken out by one falling Chomp Rock. Be careful as the rocks fall on the last few platforms as we're getting near the very end of this level. Be sure to jump up here and collect the last red coin before the screen scrolls by, and then jump through the ring to complete the stage. Next up, 6-6, the Deep Underground Maze. Start off, we can push this chomp rock all the way down, and we can actually use it to jump up here and collect some coins. Then push the box that's here right off the right, and then stomp on it, and you'll cause a whole bunch of stars to come out of it. Grab them if you like, but they really aren't that important because we'll be able to get other stars later on. Continue over to the right and then jump up and free this chomp rock. Then start pushing it and slowly take out all the enemies. Push the chomp rock all the way to the right here so it still falls down the curve, but then you can actually do a big stomp through all the dirt. Then continue pushing the rock over to the left, taking out the piranha plants along this way. When it comes to the rest here, you can jump up and grab yourself a key. Then drop to the very bottom and grab a whole bunch of extra regular coins, and then do a big spring up here. Here we're going to hit one of the mid rings, and then we can drop down here and enter this locked door. When you make it to the very bottom, fire up at the middle one here so you can actually hit a flower. Then keep firing upwards because a key will actually drop down. You can get a 1-up from the one on the right side, and the last one will just drop some random coins, but you don't need those coins. Jump over to the left side, fire an egg up so it bounces around and collects the 2 red coins, and also hopefully hits the cloud. If it doesn't, fire another one, and when the cloud's been hit, a flower will appear. Hit that flower before going through the door. You'll probably be low on eggs at this point, but thankfully you can grab a sniffet to the right side to create an egg and then shoot it upwards in order to hit this flower. Climb up here, eat the Shy Guys if you need to, and then go over to the right side. Watch out for the sniffet bullet and be sure to hit the flower. Once back in this room, we're going to once again be stomping down this big column in the middle. Stomp it once again all the way to the very bottom and go through the door on the right this time around. Once in here, jump up here though so you can grab 2 red coins. Just be very careful because a sniffet bullet may sneak by through the walls. Once you're back in this room, once again we can grab some sniffets if we need them, but climb up the center column. Once up here, fire an egg straight up so you can hit the big spring and spring all the way to the top, hitting 2 coins and a flower. Then, grab the flaming Shy Guy here to actually take out the enemies before dropping down to this door. You actually need to grab some red coins below the door, so be sure that the flaming Shy Guy is on the opposite side when you try to drop down and eat him up, so you can easily have access to those coins. Fire an egg straight up here and it'll actually bounce along the wall and hit the cloud. When the cloud opens up, you end up forming a small bridge. With that bridge now made, we once again go to the center column and start stomping our way down. Go through the locked door that we can finally now enter, and once you get back outside, just watch out for the chomp rock, and then push it along to take out the last few enemies before going through the goal ring. Six-7 is keep moving. And just like the title suggests, we're going to be running and running a lot throughout the stage. Start off by running along these one-numbered platforms and watch out for the chain chomp behind you. Then you can jump up on the wall and collect all these coins along a circle if you want to, before jumping up to the upper left and going onto another platform. Above you will be a chain chomp, so be sure to duck down at the very beginning just in case he may hit you accidentally. Collect a red coin in the middle there before jumping across all these spikes and over to the right side. Jump up here and avoid the number 4 platforms right now, instead just bounce off the number 1s. Stay still on the number 1. When you jump off, that's when it's going to explode. So don't jump off of it until you're ready to actually go back down, and you've already taken care of all the shy guys holding the red coins. Stand still on number 1 here until the rotating platform gets around to you. Here we have a bunch of number 1 platforms, and we have a couple of red coins scattered throughout here, so be sure to grab those 2 at least. There's also another one at the very end of the section. Just ride along this platform the whole way, watching out for the ghost enemies as they come up. Be sure to grab the red coin in the rotating middle part here. Then drop down to the red platform at the bottom. Ride that all the way over to the left, and then jump on the platform and collect eggs if you want to, and then jump on the rotating spinning ball. Ride the next platform down, watching out for the snippets fire as you do so. Be sure when going around here that you stop and actually grab the flower, and then get back to the platform as it goes by. You can use your tongue or an egg to take out these enemies or knock them into the holes. Jump on the red platform and ride that all the way around. You'll hit a flower along the path. Then jump back onto the green platform with the flower on it. In the big center area, jump them to the upper right and follow the arrows to go to another scene. Jump up the stairs to the left and grab a red coin, then watch out for the bandit here on the platform. He will try to run and jump at you, so be sure he doesn't accidentally grab Baby Mario. Then wait for the opening when the bandit steps on the flipper so you can shoot an egg upwards and actually hit the flower with one. Jump up and grab these red coins and don't actually land on the platform. Instead, just stay below so that you can easily have access to the pipe down here, which is where the exit's located when we complete the level. It's now time for 6-8, King Bowser's Castle. This is technically the final level of the game, but we will have one more stage after this because we'll have the extra level for world number 6. Start off by transforming into the helicopter and ride this across. Be sure to grab the other transformations and the red coins along the way, watching out for Kamek on his broom. Make sure that you hit the Yoshi at the very end and then jump through the ring before going into the door to actually enter the castle. When you make it here, you'll have 4 doors rotating. The door that I'm going to want to hit is door number 2 with my egg. This is the one that I know the path the easiest around in order to collect all the items. So that's the one I'll be doing in this run, though you may accidentally get one of the other doors. Be sure to grab the red coins from the Shy Guys and have enough eggs here so you can take out the ghost on the right side. You can grab some extra eggs if you need it from the flower that's in between these walls here. Watch out for all the Shy Guys here, including the flaming ones running back and forth on fire at the bottom, and get to the flower in the upper left corner. Remember, doing the stomp can cause the Shy Guys to stop passing the missiles for a bit of time. Hit these red coins and then use this Shy Guy to your advantage. To hit the one with the shield and spear by jumping on top of him, he'll actually spit out seeds, and that'll allow you to take out the enemy, get over there, and hit the flower on the right side. When you go through here, you'll now be on the opposite side of where that door was we took earlier. Stomp down on this platform, eventually getting it pretty flat. Once it gets completely flat, you can then use it to actually make it to the platform on the right side. Then jump up here and jump to the bridge, and then jump up to the upper left door. Once back here, you'll battle with another one of those giant slimes. Just like the previous castle, when you defeat the slime, you end up getting a key. Grab the key and then head back into the room previous, and then go through the locked door at the bottom. This segment is a big room that's scrolling, leading to the final boss battle against Bowser. You have Kamek, who will actually be firing the same type of magic he used back in Super Mario World in order to hit you. If he hits any of the other random blocks that are hanging around, they'll actually be transformed into different enemies, whether it's bats or Shy Guys. This area can be really slow moving. Just be careful that you're able to at least take out the enemies and don't lose too many seconds on your star count. There is red coins and stars along the way, so be sure to grab them. And then when you make it to the end, you can jump through the middle ring before actually going to the boss chamber. Here we fight Baby Bowser himself. He'll jump up in the air and do a big stomp downwards. avoid the ground when it starts to shake around you and instead stomp on your own to cause an earthquake to hit him. You have to time your shots correctly, and it may take a few tries to actually get the timing down. Once you're able to hit him 3 times, the real final boss battle begins. Here we have the big final battle against giant young baby Bowser. Now he's very huge in the background, and he causes a lot of giant rocks to fall from the sky, taking out parts of the big platform that you're standing on. Thankfully they give you a little bit of warning with a down arrow appearing there, and then eventually he'll start firing fireballs at you. Just be out of the target when it actually stays solid for a few seconds, and you'll be able to avoid it. Every so often, a balloon will go by with a giant egg on it. Grab the egg and then do your best to launch it at Bowser. All you have to do is actually time it to actually hit him. He'll be backed up into the background, and you have to keep doing this over and over again until he's taken out. The timing is actually pretty easy, so once you do it once or twice, you should have a pretty good idea of how far the distance is from where you need to aim the eggs. As the battle goes on though, the platforms will get smaller and smaller from all the rocks being dropped down. But once you deliver the final hit, he'll flash just like all the other bosses, and you can sit back and enjoy the ending to Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. After the credits and all for the main game, you then come back to the main menu. At the top of the menu, you'll actually have a star for every world you've 100%ed so far. And since we've only 100%ed 5 worlds so far, we have to go back into the game and complete the final extra level, extra number 6. So here we go, we have extra 6, Castle's Masterpiece Set. Now, of course, being the final extra level, this is probably the toughest of the levels. Take out the ghost, and when you knock him all the way down to the bottom here, you're able to finally get up and get that flower. Here we have another one of the giant ghosts, so you'll have to stand here and wait for a few seconds to collect enough Shy Guys to turn into eggs. Knock this ghost all the way back, and then you can finally enter the door up here. Once inside, we're finally done with some of the ghosts for a few seconds. Jump on the rotating platform and ride it down as it's spinning just enough so you can collect the red coins. Do the same here, but be very careful of the Shy Guys, or just use your eggs to help you out better. When you make it up here, you'll have to ride the rotating platform down, and then over to the left so you can grab some of the red coins, then float over to the other side and hit red coins and a flower. Then use the spring to spring upwards to the ring and another door. This area is actually really tough with all the spikes lining everything. You can take out the spikes technically with eggs, but you're really just going to want to take your time and time the jumps so that you can get through without banging Yoshi's head against any of the spikes or falling into them. Fill up your egg counter in the lower left corner here and then ride the fast moving platform upwards. If you're quick about it, you may be able to just avoid this ghost hanging here altogether. If he does get in the way, all you have to do is hit him with an egg just to stop him looking for a few seconds so that you can continue up the platforms. Ride this platform all the way up, watching out for enemies firing at you the whole way. When you reach the top though, enter the pipe to go on to the next section and you'll start immediately falling. Just do a big stomp down the straight middle and you'll actually get past and collect all the coins and you'll avoid all the enemies. When you land here, do another big stomp and you'll once again fall all the way down. When you reach the bottom though, be sure to jump up just enough or use your eggs so you can actually collect the flower, then go down to the pipe below. Once down here, do another stomp and then ride the current in the water. Just stay located in the water for most of it until the platform goes up itself and it'll actually collect the few red coins. Grab the 2 last red coins when the platform's falling off screen and then go through the goal to complete the final level of the game. As one extra bonus thing, I want to show off all the score and show that this is what it looks like when you have 100 in all the levels. But I also want to show one secret in the game as well that I think was always pretty cool. Make sure that you have one of the POW blocks, one of the items that we can get from the mini games after a level, then go back to 5-4. Once in 5-4, go into the door on the left side. You'll be in a room with just a chain chomp, but use the POW block and it'll actually defeat the chain chomp. Doing so will actually make another hidden door appear. Go into this hidden door and then hit the block that gives you information, and it'll tell you about a top secret. So when you're back at the level select screen, put the code in, and then you can actually do all the minigame battles that you like, as well as you also can do 2 of them 2-player. So it's an extra little bonus hidden secret of the game. And now I'll end this video with showing you guys the title screen after you've actually gotten 100% in every world. The music does change here. It's actually a pretty nice song, but other than that, you can see your 6 stars at the top of the title screen instead of the 5 we saw earlier. And there you go. There's getting 100% in Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. And with that, that's going to wrap up this edition of Play It Through. I'd like to thank you for watching, and of course, I hope you enjoyed.